your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
It's still me, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. That's right. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to make any jokes about my unborn child, but it would be nice if you made your appearance. Today is the due date, and as I have been letting everyone know, I'll be here until it starts happening. Okay, so it is me taking you up to 2 p.m. And I know some of you listen to Crosstalk, so you weren't surprised. But some of you are just now tuning in at 10 o'clock. We appreciate you for tuning in right here at 10 o'clock. And you had no clue who it was going to be. I got a DM last night from somebody who, I think his name is Silva, if I'm not mistaken, and he was at the River Cats game. He took a screenshot or took a picture, and he said, "Are you still waiting for agent number 2? Because I was not there," and that is correct. I am still waiting, okay? And we're impatiently waiting at this point. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and say we're patiently waiting. It's time, right? I told you baby number 1 was a week late. We're not trying to do that again. So let's get this show on the road. So it might happen within the next 4 hours. It might not. But the plan is for me to take you up to 2 p.m. And what a great day for me to take you up to 2 p.m. A bombshell of an article drops, I don't know, a couple hours ago from Pablo Torre. The best thing that happened to Pablo Torre, I can't recall if he was laid off from ESPN or if the contract just ended and he decided to do his own thing. Look, man, I've told y'all before, I'm not the biggest everything happens for a reason person, because I do think that sentiment can be flawed a bit. But I do believe that some things happen for a reason, and when one door closes, another one can open. Pablo Torre, he has found his niche. He's found it. There's nobody else. And sometimes when you're up against it, right, there, and I think he still actually does random stuff with ESPN.
I'll see him on Pardon the Interruption.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He fills in for PTI. So sometimes life gives you exactly what you need. You know, maybe not what you want, but what you need. And Pablo Torre, like I said, I don't know how that ended. Obviously, there's some type of relationship still there, but I'm sure early in his career, he thought he was going to be the Stephen A. Smith or whatever of ESPN, finds another way, looks at a different avenue, and Pablo Torre has in a couple years here, turned himself into one of the most sought-after sports journalists, finding a niche that nobody else has covered. And his show, Pablo Finds Out, it got picked up, I believe, by Meadowlark, Dan Lebitard's company. They've always had a close relationship. And Pablo has done some great work. Kyle, I know you're really high on that show. It's something that's kind of flown under the radar for me, but you get to a point where you break the big one, okay? And this Kawhi Leonard story with Steve Ballmer in some sort of a under-the-table handshake agreement to get paid, all right, a lot of money to circumvent the cap rules in the NBA, that dropped today. Now, the first thing is, well, how often is this happening? Is this going to lead to a snowball effect of all these other athletes finding out that they're also taking these random deals? We always thought something like this could be happening, and we've seen reports on it before. This is probably the biggest level and the biggest amount of money if Kawhi were to, I don't want to say go down, but if Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard were to find themselves in a legal situation. So we'll break down all that for you. $28 million for a tree planting company, but Kawhi didn't actually have to work said tree planting company. And obviously that $28 million is not reported anywhere. Everybody has that construction worker friend, though, by the way. Everyone has a construction worker friend that, I know Venmo has different laws now, but everyone has a construction worker friend that is always bragging to you that they don't have to pay taxes because everything is in cash.
Restaurant
right?
people too.
Exactly. Everything is in cash. I had a buddy. He's telling me, oh yeah, I have all this saved up for his fiance's engagement ring, and he's telling me these crazy numbers, making me question whether I picked the right job here. And he's telling me, yeah, so it's all cash, so I don't get hit by taxes, blah 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 blah. Everyone's got a friend like that, and Kawhi Leonard, I just didn't realize, was the NBA version of that friend. So Kawhi Leonard, and it's just so funny because it would be Kawhi, and they still have no championship. They still have nothing to show for it. I was doing a lot of reading this morning, as I know, Kyle, you were too. The NBA is going to more so want this. A lot of people think the NBA is kind of going to want this to go away. Let us not forget where the All-Star game is this upcoming season. That's right, in the Intuit Dome, that $1 billion facility that Steve Ballmer kind of cooked up. The NBA,
the toilets, more toilets than any arena
exactly. Ever. The NBA, they don't necessarily want this to drag on, and they might be motivated to, in some sort of way, lend a helping hand. I think that if it becomes a legal issue, it's out of the NBA's jurisdiction. So good on Pablo Torre. We'll continue to break all this down for you. We have audio. We have more details. It's always that Uncle Dennis. It's always Kawhi's business partner, Uncle Dennis. It's always an uncle, isn't it? It's always an uncle. So we got that for you. We will break it all down. The Giants get into a brawl yesterday, and my FanDuel, not to be selfish here, but my FanDuel is somewhat cooked. So my buddy texts me. I'm in Costco. Shout out to Costco in Natomas. It's a beautiful Costco. And my buddy's texting the group chat because we're getting down to the nitty gritty of trying to win this league. My buddy says, "Well, there goes my Devers, or there goes my Adames and Chapman pick." Right? And I'm thinking, what is he talking about? Did they run into each other? I don't know what else could have happened. Then I fire it up as we're checking out at Costco. A full-on brawl. Kyle Freeland, who's got his 5 whatever ERA, he's 3-13 on the season, is so upset that the Rockies are about to see their 100th loss because they're terrible. He takes it personally that Rafi Devers hit a moonshot, a ball that probably hasn't landed yet, and Rafi admired it a little bit. He did not look at Kyle Freeland. He did not do anything like that. He starts to round the bases. Kyle Freeland starts to say something to Rafi Devers. Rafi Devers says something back, and the bench is clear. Chapman gets ejected. Willie Adames gets ejected. Kyle Freeland and his 20 home runs that he's given up this season, he gets ejected. The most bizarre thing yesterday, Rafi Devers had to finish rounding the bases with another pitcher warming up. I've never seen anything like that. So bizarre stuff. The Giants are officially, last 10 games, the hottest team in baseball, the best team in baseball. And with all that being said, the Mets won again. So it doesn't matter because they cannot gain any ground on the Mets. The Mets just continue to match the Giants. They are still 5 games back. And hey, at least we're having some fun. And this is exactly what the Giants want to do to tick me off. They're the best version of themselves now that the season is pretty much cooked. And I guarantee you, if they lose today, the Mets will lose too. Or if they win today, the Mets will win too. That's just where they're at right now. They got to find a way to gain ground, but that's literally what they say when the power is not in your control anymore. You do not control your own destiny. Will Z Stats. I ran into Will Z Stats a couple weeks ago. He writes for Sports Illustrated for the Kings. I ran into him a couple weeks ago at the Rivercats game. Had a good conversation. Love his work. He has a piece on Zach LaVine and whether or not the collective are we undervaluing Zach LaVine for his skill set, even with the amount of money that is being paid. So we will break down that article for you. All right, we talked about trading Keon yesterday, and we got a little blowback for it. But what if we had actual deals, right? Not just random draft picks. Someone said, what did Jalen Rose say? You never trade a player you don't know what it's going to be. You never trade that for a proven NBA player. So, okay, we have another trade for you. We will break that down. And I guarantee you this, I almost fell out of my chair. And we can't do it. I got to get it sanctioned with HR before I do giveaways and the sales team. So we can't do a giveaway, but you will get the biggest shout out, okay, if you get this right. I sent this to Kyle. I probably should have sent it to Kyle because it would have been fun for him to find out live on the air. But I'm scrolling through, and Bleacher Report has a mock draft. Okay, a 2026 mock draft. You get this right. And it's kind of obvious because I'm making such a big deal out of it. You will never guess who Bleacher Report has the Kings taking in the 2026 draft.
If it helps, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. All right. So Kyle has not seen it yet. He's not looking at the rundown. That we'll discuss that after the show. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just giving you a hard time. Kyle's also just waiting for me to text saying at any point in time, hey, I'm not doing the show. So I'm just giving you a hard time. Kyle.
Usually I open the segment before during the break. I'm like, all right, let's see what crazy thing Allen wants to talk about here.
If you guess who Bleacher Report has the Kings taking in the 2026 draft, you will get the biggest shout out. I guarantee you that much. All right. Past teams. Kyle has broken this down for us. Past teams that showed up when no one else believed in them. Other teams that were set at about 35 wins and were able to exceed those expectations. Obviously, one of those teams being the Beam team. So we have that for you. Speaking of surprise teams, we also have NFL teams that we think will surprise the league this season. It's going to be some AFC South team. I'm telling you that. It has to be.
No, Allen.
Yes, it does.
The AFC South, it's going to be the same thing it's been for a decade. They're going to be the 4th seed. No. They're going to play at 1:30 on Saturday against some terrible wild card team on ESPN. It's the same thing every year.
I just got this text, by the way. Okay. I just got this text, and it is confirmation. They're looking for confirmation. I'll respond during the break. But they're looking for confirmation as it pertains to this taco, the
Gym Boys eating contest.
The Gym Boys taco eating contest. So I am on the air. I haven't even talked to my wife about this yet, but I did look. Rivercast will be done by then. I haven't talked to our boss about this. It's at 2:00, so we're going to have to find our way out to Laguna now that I know where it's located, and we're doing the last 2 hours of the show from outside of that Gym Boys.
I'm pretty sure you're going to be on leave when it's happening.
Hey, okay, well, even better. I'm just going to go myself. It'll be a social media event, all right? I'm going to win this. I got to start, trust me, okay? When, wifey's pregnant, it just kind of gives you an excuse. I've been training, Kyle. I've been training, okay?
What does that look like?
Well, what that looks like is I'm not going to she has a craving for something. I'm not going to let her eat by herself. That's not what a good husband does. You got to support them. So I ordered yesterday. I had a Big Bacon Deluxe, okay?
What?
From Wendy's.
Oh, from Wendy's.
And a spicy chicken sandwich.
I was like,
training.
Big Bacon Deluxe could have been anything.
The Big Back Deluxe. That's what it should be called. The Big Bacon Deluxe, because we went to the Costco. It's right next to the Costco. Okay. That Wendy's is always crowded. It's the most crowded Wendy's I've ever been a part of, okay? So now I'm training for this taco thing. I have to tell those around me that actually have to okay it, but I'm already replying saying yes. So I just got that text. I had to let y'all know. We also have a text out to a very famous Sac State student, okay? And she was on this show. I will reveal who that is. If you were listening, good on you, but I'll reveal who that is. I want to wait for the response. Trying to figure out, look, I was listening to some stuff yesterday. They're talking to Sac State alum, how Sac State alum, how they feel about a field, a stadium on campus or not. All respect, no disrespect whatsoever. I don't care. If you are no longer at Sac State, I don't care, okay? Oh, you used to go to Sac State. Don't care. I want to talk to the students because they're the ones that get affected the most. You got to drive either way. If you don't go to Sac State, you got to drive either way. I want to hear from the students and whether or not they care. So I got some DMs out, some texts out. Hopefully going to have that information for you before the end of the show or before the baby comes, whichever comes first. That is what we have in these 4 hours, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, we have to hit our quota with our Kuminga update. How could I forget? Kuminga's still miles apart. This one's from Dalton Johnson, friend of the show. We had him on, 2 weeks ago, and he wrote a piece kind of updating everyone on Kuminga, and that is kind of where it sits, but it's not looking great it's over, right? Brett Siegel said last week that it's over. The sign and trade thing is over. He did make us feel a little bit better saying that the Kings will still have multiple opportunities to get Kuminga, Dalton Johnson is more so of the opinion that the Warriors are going to either turn that team option into a player option or give him a little bit more money. So we have those updates for you as well. All right. PJ Washington gets paid, okay? And that does mean something as far as how he can be dealt or not dealt. This is what Bobby Marks had to say. First year of the PJ Washington veteran extension starts at $19.8 million. That is the maximum allowed increase of his salary, 24.6 in the final year of his deal. Washington is ineligible to be traded this whole season. So this isn't a situation where, oh, well, who was that? Harrison Barnes. It was somebody last season where, oh, once we get to December or January, I think that would be the thing with Kuminga. He would be available to be traded in December or January. PJ Washington is off the books, okay, for this season. If you're the Mavs, I think it makes sense. It's a 4-year deal. This first year, let Cooper Flagg. By the way, Cooper Flagg, I saw, I'm doing a lot of scrolling here as we're just waiting around for number 2. And there are people that think that this Cooper Flagg thing is a little bit overblown. And this happens with every number 1 pick. There's always somebody out there that says, hey, can we pump the brakes on Cooper Flagg a little bit? I am fascinated by this thought because if you do look at Cooper Flagg, what is the path, right? I think he's going to be really good, but the superstardom path, I would be closer to agreeing than disagreeing that I don't know if I see the superstar path yet. There's some people that don't know that he'll get there. There's some people that don't know that he'll get to even the star path. I feel like he'll be an above average NBA player. I feel my confidence meter just gets less and less the higher you go. Average NBA player, very confident. Above average NBA player, very confident, but less confident. Star, confident. Superstar, I wouldn't be surprised. How about that?
There's a chance.
There's a chance, okay? And that's not any dig on Cooper Flagg. That's just how it is. So if you're the Mavs, PJ Washington, there's no, and it eliminates any discussion of, hey, is PJ on the trade block for this season? The Mavs have had enough garbage go on with Nico Harrison getting yelled at a steakhouse or a Mexican restaurant, wherever that is. Let's get through this. Let's have one chill season. We already got to deal with Kyrie returning, right? And what's going to happen with Clay. Let's make sure that there's no PJ Washington drama this season. It's PJ, it's Cooper Flagg, figuring that out. Let's get into the offseason, and then we go from there. So the Kings, as far as they're concerned, I know that I would have loved PJ Washington, even though we just got into it with his baby mama over the weekend, Brittany Renner. I don't know if you saw that video. I would have loved to have PJ Washington on the Kings. That is not going to happen. Okay? That is not going to happen. And Kyle, you're kind of calling me out here on what I said yesterday. I see it in your notes about Keegan's deal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was just kind of for fun. I mean, are we sure no one's... I mean, you said insiders were saying it's nothing to even think about because no one's there to really negotiate. I mean, if Dallas did it on day 2 that they were eligible, September 1st was when he became eligible for that extension, and by September 2nd, they had a deal.
You know, there were some books. Some books needed to be booked and audited with the Mavs. It's the Mavs. You can't trust anything the Mavs do. You can't use them. You can't use them as a barometer.
Yeah, remember what our motto was last year, Sacramento. At least we're not Dallas.
Yeah, so it's the Mavs.
And look,
they do stuff.
They wanted to make sure PJ Washington is their small forward of the future, which, by the way, I think Jason Kidd, after the draft and going into Summer League, talked about, I kind of want to see what Cooper looks like at point guard and ball handling. I think that's actually going to be the role for Cooper. Like, he obviously plays with Kyrie, so Kyrie's going to have some ball handling, but this PJ Washington signing tells me it's going to be PJ, Anthony Davis, and rotating like Gafford and Lively and all those centers they have. Like, Cooper's probably going to be a point guard / combo guard, I think, in the NBA, which is crazy because he's like 6'9".
Yeah, it reminds me of what they're doing in Orlando. In Orlando, they have not felt the need. Orlando has not felt the need to go out and get a Dennis Schroeder the same way that the Kings did because they have a big man ball handler, right? They have Paolo, who is that kind of point forward, if you will. The Kings don't have that, so they need a traditional point guard. Some teams have both, right? They had the Pistons had Cade Cunningham and Dennis Schroeder last season. So some teams had both. Now, after they moved on from Dennis Schroeder, they didn't feel like they needed to go get a traditional point. They can go get a shooting guard that can make a little bit like Duncan Robinson. The Kings don't necessarily have that luxury, but as far as the Mavs are concerned, same idea. They think that Cooper Flagg is going to be able to handle the rock enough to where, because Kyrie, I've always joked about the Steph Curry thing not being a traditional point guard, but nobody ever talks about Kyrie not being a traditional guard. Kyrie is a shooting guard.
Yep.
Okay, Kyrie is an OG shooting guard who is an undersized shooting guard, so people like to call him a point because he has really good ball handling skills. So people think he's a point guard. Kyrie is not a traditional point guard if Steph Curry is not a traditional point guard.
But I think this new Mavericks, and that was the thing with Luka too coming into the league, was people were like, well, what does Luka profile as? And they were immediately like, point guard, James Harden role. Yeah. Heliocentric offense, as we talked about a couple weeks ago.
By the way, wait, you just reminded me. You just reminded me of that. I checked my email yesterday.
Oh, did you get a response?
Tim Schmitz responded to me yesterday, and he said, I hadn't planned on making a 7 kinds of offense in the 2025 season, but now I'm definitely obligated to. And then he asked me what we found interesting about it, and he asked me for a link to the segment. So I got to respond to Tim. But so hopefully we are going to get a new version of this. Because I'm the one who reached out, I know he's going to spend a ton of time on the Kings.
Well, we got to find the dates now that we did that segment.
Yeah.
That's cool. Anyways, but that was the idea before. Back to Cooper. I think they're probably going to profile Cooper just plugging into whatever the Luka Doncic role was, especially if they're... I'm not saying it's going to be that.
Be careful.
I'm not saying it's going to be that usage rate, but I'm saying he'll be the point, PJ will be the 3, and Kyrie will be, ball handler 2. It'll be Kyrie and him in the backcourt, if that makes sense. And Klay Thompson, super sub off the bench, who, hey, even if we can't trade for PJ Washington, if anyone wants a 36-year-old.
I can't wait, because we're going to have to do it, right?
Oh.
And you know what? I've really embraced this. Like I said, I was...
For that bum Klay Thompson.
I was taking in a lot of content, right? Or I've been taking in a lot of content the last couple days as I'm just in this kind of limbo period, if you will. And we'll joke with the afternoon show about we don't do the hypothetical trades. I've just learned this midday show, we embrace all this. Everything is a big deal. Everything is on the table, okay? And we are going, just like Pablo Torre finds out, Allen Stiles is going to make a headline out of anything. So you wait. I'm not saying I would do it, but somebody out there is going to do it. And this is the show for you. When Klay Thompson, when that trade conversation inevitably comes up, I will walk in with 2 yerba mates and a coffee with a smile on my face and a song in my heart. Because this is where we pay the bills. We're not there yet, but this is how we pay the bills. That's right, on the Allen Stiles Show. I got one here, and we're rocking and rolling. 4 hours with you. When we return, so Steve Ballmer and Kawhi were cheating, but now what? Allegedly. Pablo Torre, we got that sound for you. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Everybody knows that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the spot to get yourself a brand new car. That's why people are coming from all over. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. But they also have the best selection of pre-owned vehicles. All makes and models, every one of them top quality, hand-selected by General Manager Chuck Dean. Over 70 vehicles below $30,000, over 25 below $20,000. You can see that full lineup at SacsSuperstore.com. And if you find a lower price somewhere else, they'll match it. And on top of that, the best car buying experience anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. and the biggest story in sports that just happened this morning or just came out this morning in a week where NFL is on its way back. Cowboys, Eagles. I've been watching that Cowboys documentary on Netflix that Jerry sold Micah Parsons out for. And the same thing happened with Emmitt Smith, by the way. The same thing. They did the same thing, but and it's funny that they said the same, Jerry said the same things about Emmitt Smith. Now they brought Emmitt Smith back because he was in a different position, literally and figuratively. They were coming off a Super Bowl win. So Emmitt Smith was the guy, leading rusher. Emmitt Smith missed a couple games, came back, still was the leading rusher. Kind of crazy. So Jerry, he's been doing this for a very long time. You find out about the Jimmy Johnson stuff, and they were really close friends at Arkansas. It's fascinating. I know a lot of people hate the Cowboys, but you wonder, somebody like me, born in 1990, kind of wondered what will when did this obsession with the Cowboys start? Why are there so many bandwagon Cowboy fans? And you watch something like this to more so understand it, right? You know what's so funny, though, real quick, before we get into the Pablo Torre thing? How I get it that it's the ultimate team sport ever. That's what they say about football. But it's crazy how, because I'm just thinking about The Last Dance, because it was, every documentary is, I kind of just compare to Last Dance because Last Dance is what it was as far as sports documentaries. But Last Dance and those Bulls teams, how come the Bulls teams didn't create bandwagons the same way other dynasties? It was so Michael Jordan focused and Michael Jordan centric that you have all these bandwagons from the Lakers time. And I know the Lakers had a couple different waves of it, but all these bandwagon Laker fans. The Cowboys really just had one wave of it. I would even say the Niners, because in that documentary, they're battling the Niners. All these teams have these bandwagons based on what has happened. The Warriors, so that's why we go back to the Warriors, and I'm curious, when Steph is done, does it look more Michael Jordan-esque in that the Warriors bandwagons won't hang around? Because I'm sure during that time, Bulls fans were everywhere, but they did not. I will say this about Cowboy fans, they've stuck around, right? Yankee fans, they've stuck around. Bulls fans, I know that they're more Bulls fans than you expect when the Bulls play the Kings once a year, but as far as championships, the ratio of championships to bandwagons, Bulls fans, they weren't. I mean, very, very similar to LeBron, even though Mike only played for one team until the end of his career. They were just Michael Jordan fans. It did not carry over.
So here's kind of my 2 cents on why the Bulls fans didn't carry over. Like with the Cowboys, the Cowboys have been terrible since the 90s run, which is similar to the Bulls. The Bulls have been, but the Lakers have given their fans reason to stick around. So we're just saying, like, why have the Cowboys sustained versus the Bulls?
Yes.
And my kind of 2 cents on it is that the Cowboys thing is about to expire, the goodwill. With the Bulls, it was like the Bulls were terrible, and then Michael Jordan, and they've been terrible ever since. With the Cowboys, it was like in the 70s, they had a winning record every season. They won multiple Super Bowls. Like Roger Staubach was Mr. America.
But since the 90s, it's been nothing.
My kind of idea is like you can have parents who rooted for the Cowboys in the 70s pass it on to children of the 90s who get kind of that same experience, right? The Cowboys were a dominant football team for 30 years. I think before Jerry got there, they had 21 straight seasons of a winning record.
I mean, the Derrick Rose stuff, right? They had a decent run.
But even Derrick Rose is like a 2-year window before he blows out his knee, right? Even the Derrick Rose thing is such a quick blip in time.
I still think it's more Michael Jordan than any. I think it was very Michael Jordan centric. But I hear you. I'm just saying you had the Tony Romo. It was a catch. It wasn't a catch. I always thought that it was a catch from Des Bryant. But besides that, there hasn't been a lot. And obviously, football to basketball, 2 different beasts. Right? Mm-hmm. 2 different beasts. But I was thinking about that. Let's get back on track, Kyle, because I do know that you really want to get into this Pablo Torre stuff. This was Pablo Torre on his show, Pablo Finds Out. And we have 2 clips for you. One from Pablo explaining what's going on. One from the whistleblower with an augmented voice. Whenever there's an augmented voice, sign me up. I'm all the way in. You know how many episodes of Lost Treasures of Egypt I have saved on my TV. And I know that's different, but this is right up my alley. This is my national treasure type stuff. I'm all in. All right, Kyle, let's hear what Pablo Torre has to say.
In March 2025, this celebrity-endorsed, multi-billion-dollar, allegedly fraudulent tree brokerage named Aspiration, which promises to clear your conscience and your emissions, they file for bankruptcy. And this is where the clue is. What David's looking at with his glasses on is a bankruptcy filing, and there's a list of creditors. The entities to which Aspiration and all of their alleged fraudulence still owes the most money. And what I noticed is what David is noticing right now, which is that on that list of creditors, up near the top, above the Boston Red Sox, is an LLC, a tiny little company that Aspiration owes $7 million. And that LLC's name, David, is what?
KL2 Aspire LLC.
And what does it list there under manager or member name?
Kawhi Leonard.
Whose NBA jersey number, just to connect all of the dots here, happens to be what?
Number 2.
Okay, he's getting all his money, millions of dollars. What I started doing was scour the internet for any mentions of aspiration. Any appearances, tweets, quotes, Instagram posts, anything by Kawhi Leonard endorsing aspiration. And this was hard to find, which also might seem weird, right? Because every other celebrity aspiration gave money to was well known. There was Drake offering a statement to Rolling Stone. There was Doc Rivers, Kawhi's own head coach. Robert Downey Jr. was cutting his commercial. That was the whole point of paying the A-list Avengers. But the grand total number of times that I found Kawhi Leonard ever publicly referencing aspiration, 0 times.
Right.
Kawhi Leonard mentioned aspiration. And so what I started doing was reaching out to dozens of former aspiration employees. A grand total of 7 of them ultimately agreed to interviews, which is also how I have exclusively obtained this signed and executed document.
The company will pay KL2, which is Kawhi, $28 million in cash during the term of this agreement. Company will pay KL2 $7 million each year of the term.
That is Kawhi Leonard's autograph.
So high level of this, if you're just now tuning in, high level of this is Pablo Torre. He's giving a breakdown of how he has found out. That's why it's called Pablo Torre Finds Out. He has found out that based on the research and the, I guess, allegations, if you will, Steve Ballmer signed Kawhi to a certain deal, okay, above the table, on top of the table, and then underneath the table, under the table was, hey, we're going to sign into this deal, but come to the Clippers because we're also going to give you this additional $28 million. We're going to circumvent the cap rules, make it seem like you're doing this as a job or whatever it is, but you don't actually have to do anything. Anthony Irwin of Clutch Points, who covers the Clippers, he said that, I just read this morning now that this is all coming out. He said, it was really weird how the Kawhi sweepstakes was happening, and then the Clippers popped up, and it was just a done deal. It was just a done deal, and everybody wondered. And he said, I think he had 2 quotes or asterisks, and he said, then the Clippers thing just happened. It just happened. So that is the high-level breakdown of this. Did the Clippers commit some level of illegal fraud, if you will, paying Kawhi Leonard under the table to be on the Clippers, making it look like, imagine Ozark or something like that, making it look like he was getting paid to do an actual job in a sense, and he wasn't, right? There was an opt-out within it that he didn't have to do jack bleep. And now we have another clip. This is from the whistleblower. It's got an augmented voice, so I'm in. This is what he had to say.
I convinced one very important person who worked in the finance department of Aspiration to go on tape.
And I didn't so much as discover it as I was told about it.
What was your reaction? What were you told?
My reaction was, what the fuck? And I was told, oh, these are the major contracts and the major players you really need to be aware of. And we went through a litany of, really, really top tier name contracts. And then, oh, by the way, we also have a marketing deal with Kawhi Leonard, a $28 million organic marketing sponsorship deal with Kawhi. And that if I had any questions about it, essentially don't, because it was to circumvent the salary cap, LOL. There was lots of LOL when things were shared.
Did you ever see proof of Kawhi Leonard marketing or endorsing Aspiration in any way?
Never, not once. The single largest payment to an individual for marketing that Aspiration ever made has completely evaded all press. It's honestly incredible. Nothing. He didn't have to do anything.
In other words, Kawhi Leonard got from Aspiration a $28 million no-show job.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm honestly so jealous. So jealous. I mean, he's got the dream. Like, it's within my beliefs to be paid $28 million and do absolutely all as well.
That was one of the employees for, what is it, Aspiration?
Aspiration.
Which
I guess we should clarify was actually a company, but funded by Steve Ballmer.
There you go. We got to get to the other side. We have some notes from Nate Jones. We have that information from Anthony Irwin. We're going to read all of that for you. And could this become a snowball story as far as other players engaging in this sort of activity? Or is it just the Clippers being the Clippers? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports 1140, and the big deals are rolling in at Folsom Buick's GMC's end of summer sales event. Right now, take home the 2025 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Denali with $13,500 off MSRP, or lease it for just $699 a month for 24 months with $5,999 due at signing. This is your chance to drive the bold and powerful Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, built to stand out on the road. When the summer ends, so do these deals. So don't miss out. Visit FolsomBuick.com today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, perhaps hidden in the attention given to rookies like Nick Kurtz and Jacob Wilson has been the play of outfielder Colby Thomas. Thomas, a third-round pick out of Mercer University, in his first 61 at-bats this year, 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and 13 RBIs.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Nine 339-1140. Making our way through the first hour of the show. And a lot has happened. Okay, Pablo Torre is ticking people off. And the Giants were in a brawl, right? Just not battle of the mid, because Giants might be mid, as the kids say, but the Rockies are bad, right? And Rockies fans, and by the way, just real quick, Rockies media. Oh, yeah, I like what Kyle Freeland did. And this is what we get accused of a lot, right? Oh, you have a deal with the Kings. You just ride for everything the Kings do, which is not true, but some people are going to feel like that. So that's fine. But I'm seeing, because, you click on one thing and it continues to just filter through, right? And I'm seeing these people that cover the Rockies, Denver media. And, we've had Nuggets people on the show. And I got friends that are from Denver. Okay, my brother-in-law is from Colorado, not Denver specifically, but the Denver area. We got love for them, okay? But here's the thing. You don't have to ride for everything the team that you cover does, right? Denver media, I'm scrolling through, I see all this. I like what Kyle Freeland. What did you like? What did you actually like? You like the fact that he gave up a moonshot that probably hasn't landed yet? You like the fact that he's 3-13? You like the fact that he got kicked out and put your team in a bad spot and led them to lose their 100th game of the season? Like, come on, man. Just sit there. And I've always been clear about this. Yasiel Puig was ahead of his time. Bryce Harper was ahead of his time. This whole let the kids play, that was not the vibe in the 2010s, the early 2010s. Yasiel Puig got a lot of hate, all right? And I said it then and I'll say it now. I never liked what Madison Bumgarner did. Madison Bumgarner talking trash to Max Muncy, getting mad at Yasiel Puig. Loved the Giants, thought it was corny. Madison, stop giving up moonshots. Snot rockets and moonshots. That was Madison Bumgarner. Just stop. I'm a Giants fan, but I didn't like it. That's my opinion. And a Giants fan can disagree with me and say, no, I like what Madison Bumgarner is doing. But I'm not going to say that I like what Madison Bumgarner is doing because I'm a Giants fan. Now, I don't tell people how to fan. But you're covering a team. I don't know, these Rockies media, if they're fans or not, but your dude gave up a moonshot, got kicked out, and they lost their 100th game. But you like what he did. Just stop it. All right, I know it's been a rough season for you, but nobody believes that. Nobody believes that you like it, right? Maybe Rockies fans, because I'm not counting fans really, because fans are going to do what they want to do. But nobody likes that. What do you like about it? You had to randomly bring in another pitcher that wasn't ready to go. You ultimately lost the ball game, which you're used to doing. Sometimes you just got to hold the L, unless that's truly how you feel. But don't feel obligated to say that because, I cover the Rockies or whatever the case is, right? People can say whatever they want about this station, I guess, if you will, or whoever. But when that De'Aaron Fox thing happened and the Mike Brown thing happened, felt like about, I don't want to say everyone, but at least on this show, maybe I should just speak for myself. We were not sitting here saying That was the right thing to do. Now, we may try to look for positives because each and every day you have to approach things differently, right? But you can have an opinion even though you cover a team. It's the same thing with the Niners. We always joke about the media members that carry water for the Niners. It's okay. It's okay to say, I don't really know why the Niners did that. If you truly agree with them taking Ricky Pearsall in the first round, cool. But if you feel like you have to agree because you cover the team, that's not what people necessarily want or need. They want to hear from you. I get it. You're supposed to report on things. But when you start giving your opinion, but your opinion is always on the side of the team, then as Carmichael Dave told me from when I kind of took over this gig, then you don't come off as real. So Rockies media, just stop it. If you truly think Freeland was in the right, okay, and then I have a different beef with you. But just because you cover the lowly Rockies, you do not have to, I like what Freeland did. Why? He put his team in a terrible spot. A terrible spot. Logan Webb said he's surprised it hasn't happened already because he always does this. Go get just like Max Muncy told Bumgarner, go get the ball out the water. Go get it. Stop giving up meatballs. That's what you need to focus on, not how long I take to get to first base. And he said, it felt like he took about 15 seconds just to get the first. I'm sure it did, Kyle. I'm sure when you give up 20 dingers on the season and you're 3-13, I'm sure everyone feels like quite a long time to get around the bases. I'm sure each one felt longer and longer. So now I'm on my soapbox here a little bit, but I had to get that off my chest, man. Yeah. Because it's ridiculous. Your team stinks. Just wear it. Like the other 100 losses that you've already worn. Just wear it.
I did think it was kind of crazy that he's like yelling at him and all of a sudden it's like, oh, Willy Adames just punched him. Like that was kind of crazy. Like the whole setup was just amazing. And then I know you cut the sound and we have it here, but like his like pouty response afterwards was kind of crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, I get if you're going to double down on it, you can double down on it. That's all fine and good. I wanted to, let me get back on track here. And we have some stuff from Nate Jones. So Nate Jones covers the NBA and he was saying this, right? This is how he kind of broke down what Pablo Torre had to say. We were talking about Pablo Torre's new episode of Pablo Finds Out as he is breaking down a Kawhi Leonard exclusive. Kawhi Leonard signed a $28 million endorsement deal from a quote no-show job with a fraudulent tree planting company funded by $50 million from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, according to documents obtained by Pablo Torre. Nate Jones says this, good episode. Just want to clear up something that the episode mentions as not common that actually is common. Star players often sign contracts with big team sponsors. Some may have clauses that say the deal ends if they move to another team because they don't sponsor other teams. For example, if the patch sponsor of the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson to an endorsement deal, they don't want to keep paying him in the instance he gets traded to a team that they don't sponsor. Of course, I've never seen an instance of a player not actually being asked to activate, but Kawhi can say that's not on him. That's on aspiration for not making the asks. Didn't see any emails saying don't ask Kawhi to activate this partnership. Also, I know it's just a function of how people operate on social media, but people are running with this saying this is how the Clippers got Kawhi. Kawhi signed in 2019. This was a 2021-2022 deal. If anything, you should say this is how they kept Kawhi. And he goes on to say it's an obvious overpay, but the league still needs evidence that they overpaid in order to help the Clippers circumvent the cap. The overpay alone is not evidence. He has a legit contract that was negotiated by representatives. So it might be one of those where it's just hard. And Nate goes on to say, this is the year that the All-Star is in Intuit Dome. So they're going to want this to go away. So basically, it's to me, Kyle, it sounds like Nate is saying, I don't know how motivated the league is going to be to be their version of Pablo Torre and find out more.
Yes and no. I just don't know how much, unless there's a smoking gun email like he kind of mentioned, I don't know how they're going to be able to prove circumventing of the salary cap, but at the same time, that hasn't stopped the NBA from handing out punishments before, right? They've done tampering fines for teams where they couldn't find conclusive evidence. But I think, yeah, the Ballmer's probably going to get fined some way. It's just a matter of how much and what the punishment is going to look like. Because there's no way, now that this is the big story it is, I don't think there's any way they're not going to be able to just sweep it under the rug and just not do an investigation and find no wrongdoing.
Anthony Irwin says, who covers the Clippers for Clutch Points, I remember covering the pursuit of Kawhi that summer. We all do, LOL. The Lakers, to this day, swear they were getting him, then, quote, something happens. He had to respond and say, now this is from a few years later, but if they were willing to do this to keep Kawhi, just imagine what they were willing to do to sign him. Now, that's not what we're talking about, Anthony.
Pretty conspiratorial.
Yeah, well, I like it, but that's not what we're talking about, Anthony. Nothing about that has come out yet. You got to deal with this actual report first. That's how rumors get spread. Okay? That's how rumors get spread. So, fascinating stuff. I guess we'll kind of put it on the back burner for now. I'm sure we'll hear from Adam Silver at some point. He's going to have to address it. And they'll do their investigation, and we will follow up from there. 11 o'clock hour coming up. Could we all be undervaluing one Zach LaVine? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down. 3 to go. Still here. Taking you up to 2 p.m., most likely. And Will Z Stats, who does great work for Sports Illustrated, covering the Kings, writing for the Kings, had this to say. He wrote an article. Are we all undervaluing this Sacramento Kings star? The Sacramento Kings may not be great this season, but they have a former All-Star who often gets overlooked in the NBA landscape. The Sacramento Kings have a lot of questions heading into next season, mainly around how they will navigate their overabundance of shooting guards, but also about who will be on the team long-term now that Scott Perry has taken over the team. One of those guards is Zach LaVine, who is arguably the best of the bunch out of LaVine, Malik, Keon, and Devin Carter. While some fans are urging for Ellis to start, LaVine will likely get the nod at the starting 2-guard spot once the season gets underway. Could you imagine, real quick? We haven't had that discussion. Can you imagine Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder starting with Zach LaVine on the bench? That'd be crazy.
I cannot.
That would be something else.
That would be just even more infuriating that they traded De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. That's likely due to him making $47.5 million next season, which everyone will be quick to point out. But it's also because at the end of the day, LaVine can straight up score the ball. Last season, LaVine averaged 23.3 points, 4.3 rebounds, 4.2 assists on 51.1% shooting from the field and 44.6 from 3. He may not bring much in terms of defense, and he doesn't stand out as a passer or rebounder, but LaVine is one of the best shooters in the league. And in a league that values the three-point shot now more than ever, that's not a skill to take for granted going into the 2025-2026 season, especially with first-year head coach Doug Christie repeatedly saying he wanted the team to take, I forgot about this, upwards of 50 threes per game last season while he was the interim head coach. According to StatHead, LaVine is just the third player in league history to shoot at least 7 threes per game at 44.6% clip or better. The only two other players to do so, Duncan Robinson, when he shot it at 44.6, and the other is the one, the only, Steph Curry, who did it 2 years in 2013 and 2016. That's pretty good. Steph, enough. That's pretty good company for LaVine to be in. But even after a nearly historic shooting year, he still has the same rhetoric around his name. People still point out his injury history and defense and his contract while mostly ignoring his elite skill set. When looking at the Kings and how their roster is made up, it makes sense that everyone is so skeptical. No one expects the Sacramento Kings to do much in the loaded Western Conference next season, but LaVine is the type of scorer who can single-handedly carry a team for a handful of games. Great stuff there, and there's more to it if you want to check it out on Sacramento Kings on SI from Will Z Stats. Great stuff from Will. I don't know that we have been undervaluing Zach LaVine. I feel as if I've tried to do a good job of giving Zach LaVine his just due. I also feel like we just need to see more, and the problem is we just need more from him, right? What he did this past season, I don't know. I mean, I feel as if that is a pretty good second option. What Zach LaVine just did, an extremely efficient second option. That's how I'll say it. And that's great. It just is not enough, or has not been enough in the Sacramento Kings. The question has become, can he take that next step? When Will says he can carry an offense for a handful of games, well, how long is that handful? Right? Can that handful, can he use 2 hands now? Can it be 2 handfuls of games? Can it be a basket of games? Can it be a larger number of games? Because that's why people go back to the contract. It still doesn't add up the same way. That's the issue, and that's always been the issue. And I don't necessarily think that – we know this real quick, just a joke. Real quick, I don't think Zach LaVine's getting anything under the table. That is all above the table right there. we don't got to worry about Zach LaVine getting anything under the table.
Wouldn't that be so fun? Not in Sacramento, because he obviously just got here, but when he got traded, he had like a trade kicker for 15% increase on his deal, which, by the way, Chicago Bulls, why? Why would you give him a 15% trade kicker on top of a max? But anyways, he waived the trade kicker in order to make the trade happen to Sacramento. How Sacramento Kings would it be if we found out on the next Pablo Torre finds out that the reason he waived the trade kicker was that Sacramento started a fake company under the table paying Zach LaVine?
What were the fake? I mean, the tree planting in LA. If that doesn't say Ozark, I don't know what the tree planting. I guess what are you planting, the palm trees?
So I remember this company being a thing. It's actually funny that the Pablo Torre reminded me of like Robert Downey Jr. doing those weird commercials for them. But the idea was like athlete or celebrities or famous people would essentially eliminate their carbon footprint, right? So they'd calculate how much carbon they produce a year and then plant a certain number of trees to offset your carbon footprint, which, by the way, just sounds like a scam. But I don't know where they're just getting hundreds of millions of dollars in investing for this idea, because anyways, the whole company is funny, but it was a real company.
Yeah.
Just had a very strange mission and a lot of apparently money laundering.
Yeah, it was real. And, you know, as far as Zach LaVine is concerned, I'm looking here and I get it. It's not the same, your percentage against the cap. I understand it, but they have the annual. He does keep dropping with the more players get paid. Zach LaVine does keep dropping. He's tied for 18th, it looks like, or it's a little bit different because I have it based on AAV. But you have some guys here based on that. You get to the 40s where Zach LaVine is at and his annual, and they might not be counting his player option. I feel like they probably are. But Zach LaVine does keep dropping down the list, and he's around. These are the types of players he's around now. Now, I get it. When he got paid that and the percentage against the cap, I understand. But just from a dollar amount, you start with Chet, right? That's 47. You got Chet at 47, Paolo 47, Pascal 47, Domantas Sabonis 46, Franz Wagner 44. Now, again, these are averages, so that's why, you know, it's a little bit different than what he will get next season. But Franz Wagner 44, Scotty Barnes 44. Then you have Zach LaVine at 43. Luka's at 43. Obviously, he's about to get that Supermax in a couple years. Trae Young, 43. OG Anunoby, 42. Jaren Jackson, 41. LaMelo, 40. Tyrese, 40. James Harden, 40. Brandon Ingram, 40. Kyrie, 39. Ja Morant, 39. Zion Williamson, 39. And I get it. It's not apples to apples based on when they got signed. Desmond Bane, 39. I mean, and you break it down that way, and maybe there's a little copium happening here. It's not as jarring. Now, the 47 next season, that's still crazy. But if you're averaging it out, it makes you feel a little bit better. The thing is, you have to get that Zach LaVine, right? It doesn't feel terribly egregious. It's not worst contract in the league level if he's that Zach LaVine, which leaves a very small margin for error. But as far as him being the 2024-2025 Zach LaVine, I don't think it's horribly egregious. It's an overpay, but I don't think it's horribly egregious. Now, do you think he will be that Zach LaVine for the next 2 years, specifically next season when he opts into that $47 million? We'll have to wait and see. But as it stands right now, that average being at about 43 million, that Zach LaVine we just saw, it's an overpay, but it's not oh, holy cow, that is insane overpay. It is just, he's making more than he should, but there are a couple guys in the league making more than they should.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, is that if Zach LaVine were making $30 million, no Sacramento King fan would have a problem with him because he is a number 3 option on a very good basketball team. Mm-hmm. If you look at the numbers, the efficiency he was putting up, the fact that he was an all-star on a Bulls team that got the 6th seed in the East, and I know it's the East, and we figured out that they would have been a 9-10 play-in team if they had been in the West that year. But on a decent Bulls team that won 46 games, he was the number 2. So he can be a number 3, I think, at this stage on a team that wins 50 games. The problem is he plays for Sacramento, where he is, yes, the second best player, but also because of the style of play Sabonis plays, is often required to be, or will be required to be, the number 1 scoring option this year. So that kind of lowers the ceiling. I'm kind of just looking up players too who are on their 3rd contract, right? Because you mentioned like Maxey and LaMelo and guys like that, but it's tough because on the 2nd contract, you can only sign for a certain percentage of the cap. But like the guys in his group that's like, this is their 3rd contract and they got the max. It's like Larry Markkinen, Paul George is on his 4th contract. Jaylen Brown is on his 3rd contract and he got the super max. Karl Anthony Towns is on his 3rd contract and he got the super max. These are players who I'd say in 2022 were kind of, other than Devin Booker, were kind of all in the same kind of group as each other. It's just now Karl Anthony Towns and Jaylen Brown are all NBA guys, and Zach LaVine is, I'd say, a fringe all-star at this point in his career.
Yeah, and I would say this. Be careful. Look, there are lines, don't get me wrong. There weren't a lot of people that were willing to trade for Zach LaVine, but they were out there. Let us not forget that same organization that everybody lauds as the gold standard, no pun intended, and everybody should try to be like this squad and like this org. The Golden State Warriors were interested in Zach LaVine. They knew they were going to have to overpay for somebody. And I think there are multiple ways to get something done, and Zach LaVine and Jimmy Butler, they do 2 things in completely different ways. You're paying both of them a lot of money. If you were to ask me off top, I think Zach LaVine more so fits what the Warriors, in theory, tried to do. The Kings got Zach LaVine, and the rest is history. As far as if Zach LaVine has a season like this, could there be somebody that convinces themselves, hey, he could kind of put us over the top? If he's having the same type of season, I know it's a lot of money, but one of those Eastern Conference teams, and we've done it with DeMar, and we've done it with Malik, and we haven't really done it with Zach LaVine because of that money. There might be somebody, if they have that money available. Now, the problem is, how do you make a move like that during before the trade deadline? Where are you going to find that type of cash? But there's somebody out there, or I guess there could be somebody out there that finds themselves in that position. It's the same kind of teams we've thrown out before, if they think it's a better fit, right? If they think, and again, I don't know how this money would work, but if the Raptors think, hey, Zach LaVine, even as an overpay, fits better than RJ Barrett, I know you still got to find $20 million somewhere, than RJ Barrett, and enter other name that's making about Jakob Poeltl, right? Jakob Poeltl at $19.5 million and RJ Barrett. Hey, we think Zach LaVine with the squad that we currently have makes more sense than RJ Barrett at that small forward shooting guard position. I don't think it's likely, but I think anything's possible.
Well, let's throw out another example. At the deadline, I can't remember who we were talking to about it, but the Bucks, before they traded for Kyle Kuzma, they were thinking of flipping Chris Middleton's contract to land Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and again, they ended up pivoting to get the financial relief, but if Milwaukee at the deadline is like, hey, we're just desperate for scoring.
Yeah.
LaVine's playing at an all-star-ish level. Let's say an Eastern, where he was in Chicago last year, a fringe all-star in the East. Then maybe it's worthwhile to just dump Kuzma and dump, I don't know, Bobby Portis and just say, to heck with it, we're going to try and put LaVine and Giannis together and see how it works. Maybe they do that. I don't think they would. Maybe the Hornets are better than we think, and they're like, hey, let's just big three, LaMelo, LaVine, and Brandon Miller, we have to try and see if we can get these guys to some ceiling.
Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to get, because Kyle, I didn't even tell you this. I posted, my kind of lead into the show. This was on Thursday with Brett Siegel, and I said calls coming in for DeMar, or the Bucks calling for DeMar. That's all I said, and Brett Siegel retweeted it. I think because Brett has a pretty loyal following as far as a newsbreaker is concerned. It found itself in the Bucks in the Bucks news cycle. So a bunch of Bucks fans have been retweeting what I said. Hey, has somebody heard about DeMar on the Bucks? So that's been going on for about a week now. I will get some post saying, is there any update on DeRozan to the Bucks? So I'm not trying to start anything, and this is not likely, but if LaVine is having a season like this, and all right, cool, we're up against it. Same conversations we've had with DeMar DeRozan. We're up against it. We get LaVine in January. He's going to opt in. It's a ton of money. You still, look, here's the other thing. Klay Thompson, he showed us. And Kevin Durant is a great example of the whole Achilles thing. He's also one of the rare examples of the Achilles thing that season you get back, right? And even he would probably tell you he wasn't exactly right. So Tyrese Halliburton and Jason Tatum, they're going to be back in 2027, but we don't know what it'll look like. They're going to still be getting their legs out from under them. There could be a lot of Eastern Conference teams feeling, no, we still have the momentum, right? We still feel like we are a team as they're getting their sea legs under them. We still feel like we have an opportunity. So it's not as if everybody's just going to go all in for this season, and then after that, we're just chilling and no, they're back. The Celtics are back. Everything is back. The Pacers are back. I don't think that's the case at all. On the other side, he makes a lot of money. It's a position that is not look the best value-wise, right? We just talked about, just go get Anthony Simons. Okay, I understand you could do all that. I think Zach LaVine is better than Anthony Simons. I think Zach LaVine is the Charizard of that archetype. He's getting paid like Charizard, the hologram edition, but he is the best version of that.
He's getting paid like he's planting trees.
Yeah, he's getting paid, but it's all above the table with that. I'm looking here, Kyle, and I know they're trying to move off. Could it be, if I'm the Heat, I know they were trying to give up Terry Rozier for a half-eaten bag of Sun Chips, but if I'm the Heat, I like that $26 million in order to, if I wanted to match something else. Because if it was, I'm just looking here, obviously they got Norman Powell. They probably wouldn't do it because Norman Powell, Zach LaVine, a smidge redundant, but there are teams out there that might want to make it pivot. Trust me, it's a heck of a lot of money, and it's not likely.
I can find 3 teams that it would be like not a salary dump situation. 3 teams where they're like, oh, we actually think Zach LaVine fits our profile. It's Toronto, like you said. Mm-hmm. I think that would only happen, though, if we come back and Grady Dick is, like, just not it. Mm-hmm. And they're like, oh, actually, Grady Dick profiles more as a backup than he does a starting 2 in the future. So, again, like, Toronto would need some things to happen. You would have to – Milwaukee, as we mentioned before, would probably be one of those teams. And then the other one is probably Charlotte. If Charlotte gets off to a hot start.
Yeah.
Now, do I want Miles Bridges anywhere within a 10-foot pole of Sacramento? No, I do not. But that would kind of be the situation where they're like, hey, Miles Bridges and Colin Sexton, you take our problems, we'll take your problem, and we'll figure out the rest later kind of situation.
Now, look, there is another team. This guy is looking to be paid, and it's a name that we've brought up before. And it would have to mean that this point guard who never really, from what I've seen, doesn't really do too many point guard things. He's outstanding defensively, all-team defense. What was he, second team all defense, right? He's young. He's only 22 years old. But if Dyson Daniels starts to show us, if we start to actually see Dyson Daniels on offense, because the only time you see Dyson Daniels on defense, and he's outstanding. But if you see Dyson Daniels can actually play the point guard position, and you say, all right, we need offense, and we need a different type of offense, Trae Young to Sacramento, Zach LaVine to the Hawks. Let's get it done. Zach LaVine's a clean 2 years. We don't got to worry about the connection to Trae Young. If the Kings want to, I know the Kings were not interested in Trae Young this last go round, but if they want now, I've been on the fence about Trae Young this whole summer, right? I'm sure you can find me contradicting myself on Trae Young because I don't know. I really don't know. But if you want to keep this never say die attitude, I was just telling Baby Styles a couple days ago, never, you never quit, right? I was on my Chippo in the backyard trying to actually make one of my chips, and it took me about 3 hours. I said, this is what when I finally made it, I said, look, Baby Styles, this is how you do it. You never quit. So if the Kings want to go never quit scenario, you would get Trae Young, and you would have to give him an extension, but then you would have DeMontis, Trae Young, who I do think would be outstanding offensively together, might just be a nightmare defensively, but you could go, I know you got Schroeder. Schroeder is a little bit expensive. You move off of Schroeder, go get you somebody go get you another wing, another forward, somebody like that, and you go Trae Young, Keegan Murray, DeMontis Sabonis, and wherever you go next after DeMar. I think that's interesting. So that's a team where if the Hawks say, hey, Dyson Daniels can play point guard, let's move on from Trae Young, and we do need offense, so let's go get a Zach LaVine for a couple years. We're going to overpay, and then we'll just be young and stink and probably get another top pick. Oh, and in the meantime, we'll have a little playoff run in the East. Yeah, and the Kings might have to include some draft picks to make it happen, but it's kind of the same philosophy. Yeah, it's tough because, like, if you're Atlanta, wouldn't you rather just, like, say, hey, Trae Young, you can hit free agency kind of situation? Probably. That's kind of the tough situation they find themselves in. So, Trae, what is it? He's at, same idea. Him and Zach, they're both at 2 years. The same price tag, 1 year and a player option. 1 year and a player option. The only difference is Trae Young might opt out of his player option. Zach LaVine, there's no way he's opting out. Yeah, and I think the Trae Young thing, it's the same type of deal. So I hear you, Kyle, but it's less. You would know, everybody would know what it is. Zach LaVine would know, I'm here for 2 years, and then I'm going to hit free agency. It would remove, and Trae Young, there have been reports about the distraction thing, which I don't know if it's overblown or not. It would remove the awkwardness, if you will, which is a level 1 awkwardness compared to a Jonathan Kuminga, but it would do that. And you do need, if Trae Young is just, you know what was funny? I got into it with the texter. This is a couple months ago when I used to do that. I'm a reformed man now, so I don't do that anymore. You've got a second child. I've on the way. It could be any second now. But I got into it with a texter because I said, Trae Young is hunting assists, right? And the texter said, Allen, you sound ridiculous. If you get assists, what do you mean hunting assists? If you get assists, then obviously you're just doing your job, making the team better. Why are you trying to make that a negative? Did you see that thing going around with Trae Young, and I think it was Tyrese Halliburton, when the NBA changed the scorekeeping to throwing the ball off the backboard, no longer being an assist, and then Trae Young chimed in and said, yeah, that's why I don't do that anymore. So even though it's fun for the fans to watch, Trae Young literally said, no, if it doesn't count for an assist, I'm not doing it. If that doesn't tell you that this man is hunting assists, I don't know what will. Because he is. He is. So if he's an assist, the assist hunter, if that's his bag now, right? And I'm saying this from a Hawks perspective, we need somebody to score the basketball. And I think Zach LaVine, I don't know, is it crazy to say that Zach LaVine is a better scorer right now than Trae Young? It's close. I would say that's what Zach LaVine does best. I think they both suck on defense. Trae Young he's a point guard. He's a better passer. I'm having some fun about the hunting assist thing. Don't get me wrong. I'd say it's comparable. You know, I'd have to look up what Trae Young's final numbers were last year in terms of like true shooting percentage. 8,000 assists. That's what it was. Yeah. Trae Young, here you go. Same points, actually. 24.2 points, 3.1 rebounds, 11.6 assists, 41% from the field, 34% from three. He's only 35% for his career, Trae Young. Yeah,
he's been a volume shooter guy too, which is tough. But as we mentioned before, Zach LaVine, this is the more interesting point. So the efficient field goal percentage, which basically says, basically just says 3-pointers are worth 1.5. It's telling you Zach LaVine is at like 60% and Trae Young's at like 49%. So I will redact my point and say, yeah, Zach LaVine is the better scorer than Trae Young.
Hey, if it's a stat that helps my argument, then I'm all for it. Oh, wow. We got to get to the other side. And when we do, let's keep the conversation going. 916-339-1140. Are we undervaluing Zach LaVine? And we'll follow up on yesterday. Look, people got mad. We're trying to trade Keon. We did it for the 18th pick and better. I think that's fair. But we have some players to throw around for you as well. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hey, Sacramento homeowners. Imagine the coolest, most comfortable summer in 30 years, leaving air conditioning giants drowning in overstock. That's your golden ticket to massive savings right now at Sierra Pacific. We've forged powerhouse partnerships with the world's top manufacturers. They trust us for flawless installations, unbeatable service, and our massive reach across Sacramento to move their inventory fast. In return, exclusive, jaw-dropping discounts just for you. Upgrade your home with premium systems at rock-bottom prices, installed by the region's elite craftsmen, and backed by ironclad warranties and legendary support. Plus, snag huge tax credits and SMUD rebates to slash costs even further. This inventory clearing bonanza won't last. Seize it today. Call Sierra Pacific for your free in-home consultation and discover the perfect system for your ultimate comfort. Dial 916-638-0543 now or head to SierraPacificHome.com. Don't miss out. Your cooler, cozier home awaits.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air, the guys in the big red trucks.
The San Francisco Giants are grown here, right here with the Sacramento River Cats. Catch the future stars of Giants orange and black at Sutter Health Park. Don't miss the action. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
taking you up to 2 p.m. and the texts are rolling in. This one actually not mad at us. 916. How many playoff rotations could Keon play on? Not many. If you get a first rounder for him, do it. Now, I 916 is agreeing with us, but I actually disagree with the reason that 916 agrees with us. I do think Keon could play on a couple playoff rotations. That's why you'd get a first rounder. If Keon couldn't play on any playoff rotations, you wouldn't get a first rounder.
That's why somebody's going to pay him $15 million next summer, is to have him be in your playoff rotation. Now, again, I think Alex Caruso is the best example for it. Now, again, Alex Caruso's role was on a championship team. Yeah. But for a playoff team, you're talking about a backup two guard who spots a Kevin Huerter or spots I guess on the Thunder, it would have been, they're weird. Was it Cason Wallace or Dort?
Yeah, they're all 6'7". Yeah. That's weird.
Anyways, Caruso was guarding Jokic at one point. So it's like, you're kind of spotting that role player. I think at one point they did start Cason Wallace. So it was like Caruso was spotting Cason Wallace for a good chunk of that playoff, or I guess that finals run. But that's what Keon would be for another team.
Right. It would be this guy. I know it kind of point guard-esque. You know what it would be? It would be he's coming in for Desmond Bane on the Magic. Something like that.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, he's coming in for Desmond Bane. You don't lose a lot of shooting. He's better defensively. You need him to lock down. If you need to play him with Desmond Bane because Jalen Suggs has a date with Haley Van Lith, whatever's going on, you can make that happen.
He could spot Christian Brown on the Nuggets.
There you go.
Kind of situation.
There you go. So yesterday we had draft picks. Today we have actual trades. Okay, we're bringing it all around as summer starts to come to a close. By the way, I got on my sister for this because and I make fun of Chris Verlade, and he's been getting back on me lately if you listen to Crosstalk, but he's a guy that he just looks like he likes the fall, right? There are people that and it's not that you like the fall. That's not my problem. My problem is you feeling like you're so unique because you like the fall more than the summer. And look, man, a lot of people like the fall more than the summer. It's okay, especially out here where it gets really hot. All right. So I have to get on my little sister because she has a really, really successful YouTube channel, The Feminine Fancy. They talk about femininity, all this stuff. And she's putting out videos about the fall already. I'm thinking, dude, it's still 100 and whatever degrees, but I had to rear back because it is September. She's talking about the, pumpkin spice and all this stuff. I'm thinking it's still summer to me.
I mean, once upon a time, Alan, summer started Memorial Day weekend and ended Labor Day.
Right. So I told her, I said, I don't like it. And she said, Alan, I got to be ahead of the trends. Okay, fair enough. Because it is September. It's not like she did it in August.
Alan, they've started pumpkin spice in August now.
You can't have pumpkin spice. It's 100 degrees out. That doesn't feel right to me.
But it is.
That does not feel right to me. All right. Does this trade feel right for you? Send your segue strikes again.
That's about a 3.5.
There you go. Kyle has cooked these up. Kyle, let's hear them since you built them. So if I get yelled at, I'll say, no, Kyle made them, not me. Let's hear trade number one.
Well, do we want to introduce who the player is that we're even talking about?
Well, what do you mean? It's Keon.
Well, no, the player that we're acquiring.
No, you're about to do that.
Yeah, but it's okay. Anyways, so in our Keon Ellis trade, we are going after Allen and Chris Watkins, one of their favorites, a point guard, 6'6".
I think he's taller than that.
I'm not sure, but something like that. Former top 6 pick in the NBA draft. Struggling to find a starting role with a playoff team who just went all in. I'm doing my Allen Stiles impersonation here.
He's work, but it's okay.
And we have from the Orlando Magic, Anthony Black. In exchange for Keon Ellis.
I thought you were going to play. So here's the thing. If you're in the car, when Kyle and I make eye contact, he leaves eye contact and he takes the mouse as if he's about to click something. So I thought he was going to click, I don't know, some type of drop, the Orlando Magic drop, and then he did it. So that's why that just happened.
I was going to do that, and then I forgot I have to add the Orlando Magic drop to the board.
There you go. And I'm watching tape right now.
Yeah, we were locked in, Allen. We were locked in there. Anyways, you're watching Anthony Black tape now?
Right now.
What do we say, 6'7"?
Oh, man, give him, 6'7" at least.
All right, we got to stand next to, we got to do the Devin Carter airport test
and
before
he's
we
blocking
decide.
people. Just do what you need to do, Kyle. Let's get in the dungeon.
So while Anthony Black was the sixth pick in the draft, after 2 years he's kind of stuck behind Jalen Suggs. Orlando already has their two ball handlers, shall we say, in Jalen Suggs and Paolo Banchero, who combined make $80 million. So I don't think either of them are going anywhere anytime soon. So Anthony Black, and I threw in Jet Howard, who's got 1 year to stay in the league.
Yeah, great name.
So Anthony Black for Keon Ellis, but also, that's, the Magic are kind of selling low at that point, on a former 6th pick in the draft. So I said both teams are going to take each other's projects. The Kings are going to take Jet Howard, who has been unplayable for the Magic in his first 2 years. Got 1 more year to figure it out. And the Magic will take Devin Carter.
Ellis Island, we love you. Beautiful this time of year, but it's got to,
Ellis Island and Devin Carter for
Yeah.
Anthony Black and trying to salvage Jet Howard
right now. Where do I sign? I have to do that.
Well,
For where the Kings are, again, I like deals that give you a direction. You get what is he? Is he 21? Is
I
he
believe
even 22
21.
yet? Yeah. You get a 21-year-old stud point guard who needs time. Now we have a direction. I know you got Dennis Schroeder, but that's a tradable contract. Now you say, okay, this is the direction we're headed in. And I still think this is not a tanking situation. Anthony Black can play. He just needs runway. So you need a backup to Dennis Schroeder. I think it's more hybrid backup to where you're giving Anthony Black a good amount of minutes here. And you might prioritize him even if Dennis Schroeder is technically better. I'm doing this.
That's the direction you want to push it.
I'm doing this. This isn't the RJ Bear, whatever it was yesterday when and TC might be listening, but the TC, the 25-year-old and the 27 and 25-year-old or the 26 and 25-year-old. No. If I'm getting a 21-year-old for Keon Ellis that was a 6th pick in the draft, there's no way I'm not doing that. And I know Devin was the 13th, but they trying to trade Devin to get Russell Westbrook on the squad. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, Devin's just kind of like the Magic got to leave here with something else to feel good, because they would be selling low at this point. They're selling low on Anthony Black will never be a starting caliber point guard on a playoff team in the NBA. So we're just going to get a 6th man who plays great defense and can spot Desmond Bane and Franz Wagner, essentially, which is selling low. I don't think they're going to get anything more than like a couple seconds or a lottery protected first at this point. But
for who?
I'm saying, like, in if they got a Keon Ellis caliber player, maybe they could come back and ask for a lottery protected first. But Keon Ellis right now is probably better than Anthony Black.
Yes.
That won't be the case forever.
Right.
But Orlando would essentially be selling low on what Anthony Black could have been as a former number 6 pick.
Anybody that wouldn't do this deal is crazy. The only person that I don't think wouldn't do this deal is the Orlando Magic. I think the Orlando Magic might say, and that goes to the same conversations we had with Keon Ellis and Kuminga when I got myself in trouble about the Kuminga or about the first rounder and Keon Ellis conversation for Kuminga and whether or not that was a possibility. You saw how Keon Ellis is viewed in Sacramento versus in other places. I don't know if Orlando even does this deal. I think it's close. I think they would think about it. But if you are the Sacramento Kings, you have to do that deal. You have to. All right, let's get back on the right timing here. We're going to break on time, and when we return, let's keep the conversation going. We have some calls coming through that we want to break down and a lot of texts as far as whether or not you would do this deal and whether or not you would move Keon Ellis, period. And also, you are never going to guess. And some of you did guess correctly who Bleacher Report has the Sacramento Kings taking in the 2026 NBA draft. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-384-3434. 800-384-3434. 800-384-3434.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Everybody knows that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the spot to get yourself a brand new car. That's why people are coming from all over. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. But they also have the best selection of pre-owned vehicles. All makes and models, every one of them top quality, hand-selected by General Manager Chuck Dean. Over 70 vehicles below $30,000, over 25 below $20,000. You can see that full lineup at SacSuperstore.com. And if you find a lower price somewhere else, they'll match it. And on top of that, the best car buying experience anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza, the way it ought to be.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Gotta let that beat ride. When Kyle actually gives me a rejoiner that I'm good with. I got a text from my mom last week. I like the music Kyle comes back from, but I'm pretty sure she sent it after one of the songs I picked. So I said, Mom, I picked some of the music too. And she just sent back a smiley face. She probably thought, just leave it alone, Alan.
No, I think your mom likes my music taste. I choose
to leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Look, I've said if you give me good songs, good beats, I will cut the instrumentals for them. And this is one you introduced me to, Lil Wayne. Yeah. Very good, I will say. But maybe that's going to be part of your homework while you're gone for 3 weeks. Is just compile a list of instrumental beds that you like.
Got nothing better to do besides, parent. But besides that, I got nothing better to do.
Besides you and baby number one spending a lot of time together.
That's right. 916-339-1140. TC has a trade. We're going to start grading TC's trades at this point. And we're going to get to TC's trade. The 279 is not happy with me. Okay. Dumbest trade this show has ever had. 279, worse than my Sabonis to Magic? It's always the Magic. But I'm assuming it's the Anthony Black one. Yeah. 279, dumbest trade this show has ever had. Keon is so much better than Black, and that backcourt is so much better than Black. And Bozo, the disrespect you just put on Keon and Carter is crazy work in all caps. I responded, even though Kyle reminded me that I was a reformed man. I said, hey, this is light work compared to old Allen. I said, your purple glasses are very purple. All right. And 279, long story short, Kings wouldn't win 30 games with Black and Dennis. So they're a lot better with Keon. Yes, they are purple. He's admitting, or they are admitting that their lenses are purple. Go Kings. Keon is the man who is constantly getting better and better. Look, 279, this is what I've been saying. Then stop putting people in Keon's way. If you think, because I think Keon's path, I think a lot of us believe Keon's path is not superstardom, right? It's Caruso, it's the torture chamber, it's something like that. Therefore, I don't know how much quote unquote runway he needs to continue to get better, because we already know the path that he has. And again, no dig, most players have to pick a path. That's just how it goes. You're either a dude or you pick a path. But even with that being said, they still have 12 other guards on the team. You still got Devin Carter. You still got, obviously, Nick Clifford, who you just brought in. I shouldn't say still. You just brought him in. He's going to have to battle for playing time. You still have Malik Monk. I just don't think Keon's skill set is going to be best served in Sacramento right now. I think the Kings, to agree with you, 279, the Kings would be better with Keon on the team than Anthony Black. I agree with you there. But from a long-term approach, I don't think that if we're discussing whether or not the Kings win 30 or 35, that's a sad conversation in general.
Your best bet in this scenario is that Anthony Black will get to a point where he is a $30 million point guard option. I don't even think Anthony Black is going to be a star. You usually see that pretty quickly with some of these guys.
The second draft.
I don't think he's going to be Tyrese Maxey. Let me just say that.
Tyrese Maxey, and I know what you're doing there because you know Tyrese Maxey is my guy.
Yeah.
But no, he's not going to be Tyrese Maxey.
No.
But Tyrese Maxey, I get what you're saying. He is a star, not a superstar. I understand what you're saying, but different players, Kyle.
I'll give you a perfect example because you know who we mentioned earlier, Caruso, and Keon being the Caruso role.
Yeah.
What did Caruso get traded for?
Josh Giddey.
Straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Giddey was, last I checked, the 6th pick in the 2021 draft.
Every now and then, Kyle cooks something up. So Keon's Caruso, they're both. It's a diet version of the Giddey Caruso trade.
Exactly.
And the Kings probably, because they are the Bulls of the West, would then get into a contract dispute with Anthony Black after trading. That is literally what would happen.
Yeah. They would literally be the Bulls getting Josh Giddey. Because again, like, we can bag on the Bulls, and we're obviously the Sacramento Bulls now. We can bag on the Bulls for being a poorly run organization. We can also look in the mirror at ourselves. But Chicago has picked a lane. They now have Matas, Esenge, Giddey.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get rid of Vucevic to create space for Jalen Smith.
Vucevic, who just retired, by the way, ... from international ball. And that's how they wrote it, and everyone was very annoyed.
Yeah, Bulls fans.
Yeah.
I saw there was something like, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? And some Bulls fan was like, the superpower to make Nikola Vucevic not make $20 million.
Yeah.
Anyways, the Bulls are picking a lane. Now, it's not going to work unless they get a superstar in the lottery, which maybe this is the perfect way for us to segue into our tankathon, but there's just no way it's going to work without that. But they're picking a lane.
Mm-hmm.
They are going the rebuilding route, and they have the semblance of a young core to show for it.
916-339-1140. On the text line, this just came through. I heard you mention Lil Wayne in Choice of Music rejoiners. Lil Wayne is in concert Saturday at Golden One Center. Oh, you know what? I did get a text about that because somebody asked me if I got tickets. And no, I do not have tickets, but that's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. And look, hopefully we're out of the hospital by then, but hopefully I'm cleaning diapers or something. But I'm going to live vicariously. That's what I do with all these music festivals now, Kyle. I don't think the Golden One will have a free stream, but I'm living vicariously through y'all. I won't be there, but that'll be a lot of fun.
What is he touring for his new album? The one that everyone hated?
Oh yeah, the elephant with the with the elephant sound.
Yeah. What is it? The Carter, is it 6 or something at this point?
6. It's definitely not 7.
Is he going to play the new music? Is that what is he doing a tour for?
No. This is a 1 o'clock conversation, but just give us what we want. Just give us what we want, Wayne. Give us a Millie. Give us the Carter 3, the Carter. This is what we want. 916-339-1140. All right, TC. Let's hear what the trade is today. You know I wasn't a fan of yesterday. What do you got today?
Man, that boy fell off, man. You still listening to Wayne? Who's still listening to Wayne?
No, but I'm listening to Carter 3. I'm listening to Carter 3.
Carter, the first Carter, Block is Hot, all of his mixtapes, bro. His mixtapes. If we talking about Gangsta Grill, all the mixtapes, them is the ones from Wayne, bro. We ain't talking about this elephant, all the new.
No, I'm not. I don't want to hear it either, TC. He better not play that at Golden One Center, okay?
Period.
I will allow him. I'm not even going to be there. You get 2 songs from the Carter 4. 2. That's it.
Period.
That's it. What you got today, TC?
Hey, so listen, whether everybody like it or not, I'm gonna say it anyway. And we going back to Portland again, right? So we brought up Zach LaVine. So I got Zach LaVine and Devin Carter. It's a lot of pieces. Devin Carter, Zach LaVine going to Portland for Jeremy Grant, Matisse Thybulle, and your boy Chris Murray again.
TC, you were doing so good.
Listen, Allen, don't jump on me. Think about the trade first. Zach LaVine, Devin Carter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting another guard off to open that up, and we also getting off Zach LaVine, who everybody wants to get off of, right?
Right.
Portland needs another scoring threat. Also, they're moving in the younger, the younger age, so they get Devin, right? Sacramento does it because now we hit from all angles. We get our wing count that we got. Jeremy Grant, I understand his money, but he's still lame. 6'9", he still can score, bro, and he can rebound. He can play decent defense. But T. Steibel, we already know what he's about on defense at 6'5", 6'6". And Chris Murray, bro, that's 6'8", and we can mold that guy into who we want.
All right, TC. It's better than yesterday. Thanks for the call, TC. I'll say this. If you're going to overpay, yes, I would agree that Jeremy Grant, if you want to give more runway to Keegan Murray, who you haven't paid the extension to, this is better for Keegan Murray. This is better for development, but both bad contracts. It's better than yesterday, but Chris Murray can come too. I'm giving you a better grade than yesterday, TC.
You just hate Chris Murray.
I will give you that. No, I do not. All right. We have to get to the other side. 12 o'clock coming up next. You don't want to miss who the Kings could draft in 2026. I couldn't believe I read this. Allen Stiles, Second Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, perhaps hidden in the attention given to rookies like Nick Kurtz and Jacob Wilson has been the play of outfielder Colby Thomas. Thomas, a third-round pick out of Mercer University, in his first 61 at-bats this year, 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and 13 RBIs.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hit the field during Sky River Casino's $400,000 touchdown for a truck giveaway. Play slots and table games daily to earn entries. Then join in on the action every Saturday for a chance to score up to $15,000 in free play or a brand new 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500. Visit skyriver.com to see how you can get 100 bonus entries every Tuesday and Friday. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
Hey, Sacramento homeowners, imagine the coolest, most comfortable summer in 30 years, leaving air conditioning giants drowning in overstock. That's your golden ticket to massive savings right now at Sierra Pacific. We've forged powerhouse partnerships with the world's top manufacturers. They trust us for flawless installations, unbeatable service, and our massive reach across Sacramento to move their inventory fast. In return, exclusive, jaw-dropping discounts just for you. Upgrade your home with premium systems at rock-bottom prices, installed by the region's elite craftsmen, and back backed by ironclad warranties and legendary support. Plus, snag huge tax credits and SMUD rebates to slash costs even further. This inventory clearing bonanza won't last. Seize it today. Call Sierra Pacific for your free in-home consultation and discover the perfect system for your ultimate comfort. Dial 916-638-0543 now or head to SierraPacificHome.com. Don't miss out. Your cooler, cozier home awaits.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air, the guys in the big red trucks.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
2 hours down, 2 to go, and no text. She is already on leave, so my wife. So there's no Slack. Kyle likes to joke because we are on the app Slack when she is working. She's not working. We're just waiting. So it has to be via text or call.
She should still Slack you.
Yeah, she's not on her computer.
Just for the joke, I wish she would Slack you.
So that's it. Okay, taking up to 2 p.m. or until I get the text. This is the due date. This is a familiar spot for us. All we know is the due date and nothing happening. That's all we know.
Just time ticking by.
That's right. And what better way to spend that time than with all of you, all of our listeners, all of our viewers on YouTube, all of our listeners, whether you are listening right now, whether you're going to be listening to this in a couple hours on the Sacktown Sports app, on the TuneIn app, however you may be listening, we appreciate it. We truly, truly do. All right. We had some text that we were going to read through, as most people are, besides the 279. There are a lot of people that would do this deal. And again, it's nothing against Keon. It's about picking a lane. Now, if you think that the Kings are being disrespected this season, then you probably don't want to do this deal because you believe that the Kings are going to be better than what a lot of people expect them to be. If you don't think the Kings are going to be better than expected and they're going to win 35, 36 games, then you probably agree with making this move. It's pretty simple. Okay? So we have another trade that we'll get to later in the show, but it was Anthony Black, Jet Howard for Keon Ellis and Devin Carter. And you would say, hey, it's the same thing we did with Reed Shepherd. Same idea, right? Go get you a young point guard and start the process. This is starting the process of rebuilding, going younger, and seeing what you can make of it. All right, the first round pick, or you would get a sixth pick in the draft, a former sixth pick in the draft with Anthony Black. The player, and look, we'll do Tankathon, Kyle. Let's just do Tankathon right now. All right. All right, I can't fight it this time.
You ran it twice.
I ran it 4 times, but the first time the Kings with the 9th pick in the draft, and that actually leads us right into this segment. And look, I got a bunch of friends over there at Bleacher Report, done some work for Bleacher Report. I really do appreciate all of the writers over there at BR, but clearly they aren't huge fans, and we've joked with some of the writers over there and reporters that cover the NBA. We've joked with them when we've had them on the show. They don't love the Kings. There's not a lot to love right now with the Kings besides Nick Clifford. I do love Nick Clifford and Keon Ellis.
Good draft pick.
Good draft pick. And Keon and Maxime. You never know about Maxime.
The people who are really in the weeds will be like, that second round pick, Maxime right now.
I like them, Alan. I like them. But besides that, there are not a ton to write home about for the Sacramento Kings. So we're gonna give them kind of a pass here. But the 2026 mock draft, 3 prospects that have number 1 pick potential. This is from Jonathan Wasserman. All right. And you know where this is going. Okay. Number 1, they have the Utah Jazz taking Darren Peterson. Number 2, they have the Washington Wizards taking AJ DeBanza. All these names that we've said, all these names. And by the way, we will get to the shout outs as well. Don't you worry if you did guess this right. Number 3, the Brooklyn Nets taking Cameron Boozer.
That's the good Boozer.
Yes. Number 4, Charlotte Hornets taking Koa Pete. Number 5, the Raptors taking Nate Ammon. Number 6, the Hawks taking Tunde Yusufu. Number 7, the Grizzlies taking Jaden Quaintance.
Quaintance, what a great name.
Number 8, the Portland Trailblazers taking Caleb Wilson. Wait, hold on. Where the Kings are supposed to take number 8. All right. Number 9, Miami Heat. So there's another Daniels running around. I'm just finding this out because I remember Dyson Daniels from Australia. Dash Daniels. Wow. Dyson and Dash. This is what you're supposed to do with your kids, people. Dyson and Dash, of course they're both going to the NBA. Okay? Like his older brother, Dyson is an outstanding defensive prospect. I need Dash. I need Dash Daniels on the team. I've never seen him play basketball.
So they've got they've got Dash and Dyson and Dancer and Prancer.
Okay, that's very good. He won't turn 18 until right before Christmas. Okay, so Miami Heat getting Dash Daniels, point guard, shooting guard, and he is going to Miami. All right, number 10, the Thunder.
With who's pick?
Kareem via the Sixers, Kareem Lopez. Number 11, the Sacramento Kings.
Yes, we made the play-in.
Taking Caden Boozer.
That's the bad Boozer?
Caden Boozer, the shorter fraternal twin of Cam Boozer, the point guard.
The bad Boozer.
I cannot believe this. So I guess to your point, Kyle, that's how I guess Bleacher Report is saying the Kings are going to mess around and be in the stupid play-in and do what they always do and trick off their situation, and they're going to mess up. So they're saying the Kings are going to be better than expected in a weird way.
First of all, who is 12, 13, and 14? Because that also will tell us.
Bulls 12.
Sacramento Bulls, baby. 11, 12.
Mavericks 13. Okay. And they don't give I'll give you the write-up. I'll read the write-up, but they don't have a reason why they're at 11.
Doesn't matter, yeah. And then 14.
Spurs, 15 Pacers.
Oh, so I guess they are saying the Kings will be 11th because they have Dallas and San Antonio ahead of them. Because
they're going to miss the play-in. I've run 8,000 tankathons. 11 has not come up.
Well, that's because Tankathon has the Kings penciled in at, I think, 12th. But that's because the reason it hasn't come up on Tankathon is that Tankathon is just saying the Kings are going to be the 8th worst team.
Right.
This is saying the Kings are going to be the 11th worst team.
So they were better than...
They're more optimistic about the Kings' chances than Tankathon.
But they're still not going to make
the play-in. Yes.
They're just going to be classic Kings is what they're saying.
So Tankathon has the Kings finishing 12th in the West. Tankathon has San Antonio 9, Memphis 10, New Orleans 11, Sacramento 12. Versus these guys have San Antonio 9, Dallas 10, Sacramento 11. I don't remember who was before them now. Portland maybe was right ahead of the Kings.
It was, Portland at 8.
So yeah, they're just saying that the Kings are going to be better in their minds, but not good enough to make the play-in.
Wow. Incredible. So that's who I could not believe it. And shout out to UPS Chris, guessed it correctly. You had a couple people, Ryan Smith guessed it correctly on the Sack Chat. Couple people guessed it correctly, man. It's insane.
But this is the world of being in lotteries, and I know I keep saying it like a broken record, but the way to make this work is to be in the lottery 4 or 5 times. Mm-hmm. It's not about, oh, this one player is going to solve all our problems. You got to be there.
No, this is not the world, Kyle. This is not the world that I want to live in.
You just want quick fix.
Yes.
One year, get the first pick, get on with our lives.
But the last thing, not to get too caught up in it, is I'm looking here, like you said, on Tankathon, Portland is locked in at 5.
Yeah, so Tankathon thinks the Blazers are going to be worse.
Right.
So they must think that New Orleans is going to be bad.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's funny that Bleacher Report found a way to give the Kings just enough of a compliment, but also the Kings compliment so that they're still stuck in the same spot.
You're going to be better than people think, but not good enough to make the play-in.
Yeah, but good enough to trick off your draft position.
If it's not trick off, I think the difference between 8 and 11 is fractional at best.
No.
I think
8 is Caleb Wilson, dude.
So I guess in fairness, we ran 9 on the Tankathon. If we got the 9th pick, we'd get the Daniels brother.
Dash Daniels, who I just found out exists today, and I need him. Let's see how.
That would be hilarious because Dyson went 9th in the draft too. So how funny would it be if both brothers end up going 9th?
But this is what I'm saying. It's in the blood, man. It's in the blood. He's 6'7". He's only 17. He could keep growing. But look, we got to be careful here. Cody Williams is what the Jazz did. It's what the Jazz did with Jalen Williams' little brother. And I don't know, these little brothers, I feel like there was a time where, and I want people to chime in on this, I feel like there was a time, 916-339-1140, where little brothers were always better than the older brothers. The Blake Griffins, right? Jock Peterson, I played with his older brother. Obviously, Jock has been in the league for a very, very long time.
He hit a tank out at Sutter Health Park this weekend.
Well, win aided.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But I felt like the little brothers for a while, it used to be a thing. Now you have, Seth Curry's not better than Steph. Nowhere near it. Who has a little brother out there, just younger sibling, and they are either better or worse than you? Because you, Kyle, your little brother got the goods a little bit.
Yeah, my little brother is better than me in most aspects.
I thought that was a thing, but I don't know. We're on a bad stretch here.
I don't know. I was
going to say something about the Booze. I know they're twins, but technically someone came out first.
Keegan and Chris. By the way.
That's a good. Okay.
But
who's older?
I know the answer. Which one do you think?
I'm hoping it's got to be Keegan.
You think Keegan came out first?
Yes.
That is incorrect. Chris is the first twin. Keegan is the second twin.
They're twins. It's a little different.
What Thompson twins,
Clay's better than his brother.
His brother that went to MLB?
He's a 30-year-old playing AAA somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I would do it too, especially if my brother was Clay.
Sorry, I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking of Amon and Asar, those twins. Yeah. I don't know which one's the older one of the twins, but
Asar is also good though.
Yeah, but
nobody talks about him.
Because it's the Pistons, and his brother has a chance to be an all-star.
All right, let me read this right up because Kate, this could be our future. So I got to start.
Boozer or the Dyson Daniels?
No,
brother?
not Dash, not my favorite player, Dash Daniels. This is Caden Boozer's write up. Okay, the primary draw to Caden Boozer will be his playmaking IQ. He's out there to set up teammates first and score when the defense gives something up. His head is always up in transition, and he has willing vision to the wings and corners off penetration.
Willing vision? What does that mean?
Yeah. Boozer consistently puts up big assist numbers. He's hunting just like Trae Young with 6'4" size. Okay, all right. And a translatable signature skill in passing. It's easy to buy his playmaking translating to Duke and eventually the NBA. Boozer isn't as adept at self-creation, and inconsistent shooting and athletic limitations could hold him back. But he has clearly made strides with his shot making and range, and he has Excellent touch on his floater, which is going to be an important weapon to compensate for his lack of explosion in the lane. I mean, I'll talk myself into it. If we are in January and the Kings are in position to be 11th or whatever it is, and it's crazy you could be 11th and still end up with the number 11 pick. That's nuts.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you technically could end up with the 12th pick.
I'll have to start talking myself into it. I'll have to. I will have to.
Talking yourself into the boozer or talking yourself into the second tier.
Well, Dash Daniels, he's either going to, we've decided he's either going to be incredible or he's going to be Cody Williams. And that's a rough go.
I'm trying to think of other brothers in the NBA right now that.
The three of them, what is it? Holiday about 4. Oh, you got isn't Thanasis older than Giannis? There's like 7 of them.
So that one goes Thanasis, Giannis. There's actually an oldest brother that's like a soccer player or a handball player in Nigeria. But Thanasis, Giannis, Costas, and Alex, which I think Alex is still hanging around on a G League team somewhere.
The Holidays, all three of them. Drew just strikes me as the oldest. I don't know if he actually is. But I think Drew, he won that one. I mean, they all won. They're all in the NBA. The ball, obviously, LiAngelo, the middle child. That's just a rough go.
I think Justin might actually be the oldest of the Holiday brothers. Let's see.
Yeah.
So it goes Justin, Drew, Aaron.
Okay.
So Drew.
So Drew's the middle.
Drew's the middle child.
Okay, so that's rare. You got LiAngelo, and he's a rapper now.
Jello. So wait, Jello was the middle child,
yes.
right? Yeah. Should we look up the Plumleys? I mean, they're all basically the same, but
you've seen one, you've seen them all. Robin and Brooke, who's older?
Oh, I guess it's Brooke. That's the twin thing.
Give us more names. They don't have to be twins, but brothers. Who's better? Who's been better or worse? There was.
Okay, but do you want to guess between the Lopez's?
I'm just going to say they're twins. So I'm going to say Brooke
by
older.
1 minute. Yes.
And he's playing. He's older. So now I don't know, Dash Daniels. I don't know. We're going to have to take a poll on this. I might be out. We need Cody Williams to start playing actual basketball.
I don't know if actual basketball is going to save Cody Williams. Not gonna lie. That dude was so bad last year.
5-3-0. Clay is way better than. Okay, so Clay's brother is older. That might make sense. The 916 Kings get clowned because people are used to them not being in the playoffs, but every year is different. I'm going to laugh if they are good. And you should. 916.
Trace, the baseball player, is younger than Clay.
That's what I thought.
I think they might have an older brother who, didn't make it either way, but Trace is the younger one than him, which, yes, he is 34 years old and still in the Red Sox organization somewhere.
I would do it too, Trace. I'm not hating, okay? I would do it too. You know who has a brother, a name that everyone's tired of? There's another Kuminga running around.
Like high school
I think
age?
He's in high school right now. And he might be playing in the Bay. Don't quote me on that. But there's another Kuminga running around.
Let's see. Kuminga brother. Let's see what comes up.
Yeah. Also, 209 says Jokic is the youngest brother, right? That might be.
Yeah, Jokic is the baby brother because I remember that insane story of his brothers like throwing knives at him. It's just an amazing story they wrote one time.
You can dodge a knife, you can dodge a ball.
They would chase him around with knives.
The Gasols.
I believe Pau's the oldest.
Yeah. Alex Sarr.
They're both Hall of Famers. I will say, like the Gasol one is a fun example because like Pau probably had a better career than Mark, but both are Hall of Famers.
Yeah, no, that's just a win-win. You won in all these situations. Don't get me wrong. Even LiAngelo, he won.
It's also not even like a Peyton Eli situation where we're like, okay, Eli, we'll drag you along. It's like, no, Marc Gasol's really good.
Yeah, our resident Raptors fan says Alex Sarr has a bro. I'm assuming that's a younger bro running around. There's another Sarr. Is Wemby the only boy? We gotta have to deal with another Wemby at some point. I feel like I saw he had a sister. I don't know if there's any other Wembys running around.
Oscar Wembanyama.
There's another?
Yes. There's Oscar Wembanyama is 18 years old.
Oh, well then he must not play basketball.
He does, but he's only 6'8".
Oh, look at that. Look at that bub. He's only 6'8". Come on, dude.
It looks like he is currently playing for the under-21 team for some French club.
Look, I'm just telling you. He's 18 and we haven't heard about him. He might get the Thanasis treatment. He definitely will get the Thanasis treatment.
From Basketball Forever in 2024, Wemby's brother is coming and the NBA's in trouble.
Well, if we're just hearing, again, if his brother was anything close, he's 18 now, we would have been hearing about him for the last couple years. What about Markeith? Is it Marcus, the other one?
Yeah. Let's see.
They're twins too. We got more names to kind of get through here.
Markeith is technically the older one.
How is it a day later and we're still kind of talking about Chubba Purdy?
About the trash brother of Brock.
How is that even possible?
Now we're just making it a game of like all brothers in sports, but this kind of did start from our favorite 6th-year senior quarterback for Nevada who is 0-7 in his college career.
How did we finally find our way back to Preston Purdy? How is that possible?
I can't really show you the photo because it's like the screen is here, but like Google Wemby's brother. He looks like the guy from what is it, Coach Carter?
Point guard?
I think so.
Okay.
I haven't seen the movie in a while, but just look him up. You'll know which person I'm talking about.
Okay. I'll do that during one of the breaks. A couple texts coming in just about it was brother on brother or battle of the brothers with the Morrises and obviously Jokic and everything that was going on there. Can we just, if we're going to go here, right? I mean, I want to give a shout out to just talented siblings, and there'd be different levels. I saw the Jonas brothers, right? I've always thought, and that's why I've always wanted a lot of kids, because I grew up, right, watching the reenactment movies on the Jackson 5 and stuff. You're only going to get something like that if you keep cooking. That's why Giannis, he might be, we haven't had a Jackson 5 type situation because, you gotta throw some numbers at the board here. You got to have about 6-7 because you got 6-7 kids, at least 3 going to be talented, right? You got to throw numbers at the board here. And, that's what I'm trying to tell people. You have to throw these numbers at the board. What are you looking up, Kyle?
So someone on the text line mentioned the Jones, Tyus and Trey Jones.
Yeah.
Apparently there is a third Jones brother that did not make it to the league, but is currently the head coach of a Minnesota high school basketball team.
Is he
he played, huh?
Is he the oldest?
I think he's the oldest, but he played college basketball, it looks like.
Hey, look, they won, man.
Played it looks like Furman.
Shout out Furman. They always make a run every couple years in the tournament.
Yeah, I think averaged, according to this, like 5 points a game or something like that. So there is a third Jones brother, but the 2 younger ones have made it to the league.
There you go. On the other side, who are some past teams that were also expected to only win 35.5 games, and they showed up and showed out? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers Plumbing. That's right, the no surprise guys. Plumbing problems got you down, just ruining your day? Well, ring the bell. Bell Brothers, that is. They offer free plumbing checkups, and you can get $50 off any plumbing fix, whether it's leaks, clogs, upgrades, you name it. Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys. Visit nosurpriseguys.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hey, it's Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$209. I have 5 kids. It's very fun. Having a big family. See, I'm going to send this to my wife right now. Probably not the best time.
Maybe in like 3 months.
Thank you, 209. 916 says, here's a good one. The Wahlbergs.
Is that a good one?
Because it's just Mark, right? I mean,
no, Donnie does a bunch of stuff.
But it's Mark.
It's Mark, but
it's Mark.
Let's pull up Donnie Wahlberg.
That's the same conversation we were having about the Afflecks. Ben's brother. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I mean, I know his name at least.
It's Ben.
Like, Donnie Wahlberg has been in Blue Bloods.
Yeah.
Saw 2.
Yeah, but it's Mark.
The Sixth Sense.
Yeah, it's Mark, though. You know, it's Mark. And that's the thing. You're just not going to do that. Like, now that I have 2 of the same, or I have 2 of the same coming, 2 girls, like, obviously, there's always going to be comparisons. You don't really get those comparisons with boy-girl, right? My sister and I, we were competitive, but you just don't get paired the same way.
He was in Zookeeper.
Oh, yeah, well. Now, how could I forget?
This one is funny that I just saw. That's hilarious. So he's got a new show. So he obviously Blue Bloods. Donnie Wahlberg's found the role of cable television now. he's got a new show coming up on CBS this fall that I'm sure Jim Nance is going to be reading a lot of reads for, where he plays the role he was born to play. I will say he is a Boston police officer.
He's not even acting. Right?
The role he was born to play.
He doesn't even have to act for that.
The second Wahlberg brother is going to be a Boston police officer on network television.
Amid Rock says Mo and Franz Wagner. That's a good one. I mean, Franz is younger.
Yeah, Franz is the younger one.
So there's a younger one holding up the fire for him.
I'll shout out Mo Wagner though. At one point, he was the best player in college basketball.
Yeah, he was.
But Franz is clearly the better Wagner.
There you go. 916-339-1140. Keep them coming. Who are some past teams that were also expected to win 35.5 games like the Kings? Well, we got some good news and some bad news. All right, let's start from 2021 with the shortened season. Of course, 30 because it was a shortened season, 31.5 is really the 35.5 in this situation. So the Grizzlies, they ended up winning 38 games. They beat Golden State Warriors in the play-in. That was kind of their coming out party. The Kings were 31-41, so they missed the play-in. So they actually were under in 2021.
And also traded Tyrese Halliburton.
That's right. 2022, the Kings were at 36.5. They ended up winning 30 games. Jeez. Dang. That's all. I got dang for that. Timberwolves were at 35.5. They ended up winning 46 games, and that's when Patrick Beverley pretended to be Dwayne Wade and jump up on the scorer's table.
And throw his jersey.
That's
and,
right. And Karl-Anthony Towns was crying.
Karl-Anthony Towns was crying. Anthony Edwards was on the table. Well, honestly, in hindsight, one of the best moments the NBA has delivered in the last 5 years. Just Beverly throwing the jersey while all the Timberwolves people are crying. I wish that would have happened in Sacramento.
2022, or I just did 2022. 2023, obviously the famous season for the Kings. 35.5. That was the Kings over under. They won 48 games, as everyone remembers. The Blazers were at 39.5. They ended up winning 33. That is brutal if you took that over.
And then traded Damian Lillard.
Yeah. Then Dame went to Milwaukee, and hey, he was in Milwaukee. It kind of worked out for all of them in a weird way.
Except Milwaukee.
2024, Utah. They were set at 35.5. They ended up winning 31 games. That's brutal. And the Chicago Bulls were set at 37.5. They ended up winning 39 games. They got into the play-in and they lost, but they did get in. And then in 2025, some of the teams that were set at 35.5, the Spurs at 35.5, they won 34 games. The Hawks at 35.5, they won 40 and they lost in the play-in. The Clippers at 36.5. They ended up winning 50. That's the one, right? And I know they gave Kawhi illegal money that was dirty, like they were in Ozark, but they still showed up and eventually lost to the Nuggets in a series that I think after they won that game one, everyone thought they were going to win it. Let us not forget, they don't beat the Thunder. I don't believe they beat the Thunder. But if not for that Aaron Gordon tip-in, the Clippers probably get to that next round.
I mean, there's a few of those in that series. They had a 15-point lead that they blew in, I can't think it was game 1 or 2. Like, they had a couple of moments where, like, they should have won that series.
Yeah. So those are a couple examples of teams within the last 3, 4, 5 years set at around 35.5 and didn't do it. Obviously, the Kings, we talk about them all the time. But another team, we got to eliminate the Clippers because it was just a matter of, are you guys ever going to be healthy and pay money over the table instead of under the table? That was the question. The Sacramento Kings, we've already talked about 2023. But the Chicago Bulls, it's just so funny. You cannot get away from the comparisons there. How about the Atlanta Hawks? Do we have to eliminate Eastern Conference teams? Like, do we care Can we compare anything that Eastern Conference teams do
to
the Kings?
I almost did that, actually, when I was putting the exercise together. Is like, do East teams count? But I feel like, the people who are setting the lines are taking into account that these teams are in the East, right? So they're like, oh, the Hawks are 35.5 in the East.
Mm-hmm.
They're still expected to win 35.5. So I added a couple, but I did leave out a few East teams. You mentioned the Bulls one. Ironically, that's the one that probably is the closest, because if you'll remember, that was DeRozan and LaVine were still there. They had just lost Lonzo Ball for the season. That's like, as sad as it sounds, that's probably the closest example we're going to find to this Sacramento Kings team, because it was DeRozan, LaVine, Vucevic, and Kobe White.
And if I'm not well, I guess it depends where you get in, but that's how you end up. And like I said, look, he could be a fine player. We're having some fun. That is the Caden Boozer track. That is the track.
Yeah, because
at best, because once you get in there,
because this is maybe the bright side for you. After the Bulls won 39 games and lost in the play-in, do you know who they ended up picking with the 11th pick?
Was that Matas?
In the draft? It was your boy Matas.
There you go.
And Matas, I don't think is ever going to be an all-star.
We don't know about that.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but again, they have a young core now between Giddey, Matas.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try and turn Jalen Smith into something. Esenge was their lottery pick this year. They've got at least instead of building a team that is going to win 35 games and is old, at least they have a team that's going to win 30 games and is young.
Yeah.
Now they still have a lot of work to do, but they're at least building the foundation for a team that can actually maybe turn it around in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and I would say, as I famously played that clip from Bulls Radio, what was that? I think it was at the beginning of the summer, and a lot of people, as we blindly listened to it, thought that this was a new radio show or some content creator for the Kings, because everything they were saying was so similar to the Bulls. And this was after they had Giddey even, but they haven't done much. It still feels like they did get a draft pick that they feel good about, and they have more of a direction. Still not sure what they're going to do. Vucevic might be a mini version of Kuminga to them. They might say, we kind of screwed the pooch on this. Whatever. We're just going to move on. We waited too long. And the Kobe White thing, I think Kobe White, what they're going to do, I think they're just trying to make sure they get the most value for him. And if I'm the Bulls, the reason they maybe didn't move him is maybe that they weren't that high on Kuminga, as everyone thought that would be the obvious move. They weren't that high on Kuminga. It's an expiring contract. So you find someone that Kobe White wants to sign an extension with, and you get a decent bit back when you are in the throes of the season. And, a team, again, I know we keep throwing in the Magic, but a team like the Magic or the Hawks, one of these Eastern Conference teams that needs a little bit more offense, the Bulls probably feel like we can squeeze someone for Kobe White's value more during the season than right now. And I feel we did this exercise comparing situations. Yeah, the Bulls are probably they are in a better position than the Kings, and the Kings kind of helped them get there. I don't know that people felt that, 5 months ago.
Well, I think the other part of it is how much more losing do you want to do if you're the Chicago Bulls, right? Because we keep talking about, well, they could get a first-round pick for Kobe White, or they could do X, Y, or Z. But, if they say, actually, we want to, I'm just throwing out a name that we've mentioned this summer, we actually want to go trade for Trey Murphy, and we're going to use Kobe White as an asset to land a Trey Murphy or a fringe all-star player, because we actually want to speed up our rebuild and try and get back to the play-in the Eastern Conference. Maybe that's what Kobe White does. It doesn't necessarily mean just because you're trading Kobe White that you're trading him for a rebuilding package, because Lord knows the Bulls have not been committed to a plan for 20 years. Why would they stop now?
Thanasis is back in Milwaukee. That means one of these players with a little bit of potential may be out. Also, Mark Cuban is hopping in on the Pablo Torre finds out conversation regarding Steve Ballmer and cleaning that money under the table to give to Kawhi Leonard. Down south, Sacktown Sports.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part, they accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, SacSuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. SacSuperstore.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Almost at the 1 o'clock hour, Mark Cuban chimes in, who is possibly still on Shark Tank. I always try to check. YouTube is kind of weird with the new episodes thing. If you're watching, if it's a show that you don't watch just every week, right? They don't make it terribly easy to see when something was made. I'm pretty sure, because I know someone said, no, Mark Cuban isn't on Shark Tank anymore. I'm pretty sure he still is. There's some newer episodes that we saw, but Mark Cuban has been everywhere, and he has kind of harsh words for Pablo Torre finds out. And this is what comes with the territory. Okay, Ashley, we see your call. We're going to get to you. as we make our way to 1 o'clock. And this is what Mark Cuban said. I'm on Team Bomber. So your first thought, well, Allen, billionaires on the same side as billionaires. that's yeah. You tell me something I don't know, Allen. Okay, but this is what Mark Cuban has to say. I'm on Team Bomber. As much as I wish they circumvented the salary cap, first, Steve isn't that dumb. If he did try to feed Kawhi Leonard money, knowing what was at stake for him personally and his team, do you think he would let the company go bankrupt, knowing all creditors would be visible to the world? They got scammed by aspiration, along with many others, crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things. They did.
They do what? Sorry, they do what, Allen? What do scammers do?
Sorry, I got an almond. Almond got stuck.
Jeez, that was a tough one.
The almond got stuck. They got scammed by aspiration along with many others, crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammer things.
I'm sorry. This for people who are listening on the radio. Grab some water, buddy. For people listening on the radio, Allen was just housing a can of almonds during the break. Oh, he's got a cough again, and it was rough. It was like he was like, I can power through. Then I have to hit the off button, and then it was like 3 takes on the cough.
I'm good now. I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, video lasts forever, Allen.
Scammers do scammy things. They did a $300 million sponsorship deal with the Clippers in 2021. That's a huge deal. The better the team does, the more valuable the sponsorship has. It actually makes perfect sense that if they stole money from investors and want the Clippers to succeed, why not give stolen money to help keep their best player? It's sad that Pablo Torre didn't take the time to find out how these scammers pulled off their scam. The idea that the default is Bomber and he is the bad guy is going to backfire on him. That's what Mark Cuban says. And then he has a link to a CNBC article. Los Angeles Clippers signed $300 million plus arena sponsorship deal with Green Bank. A couple. He just got a bunch of. He's kind of spamming here. He's just got a bunch of links here. Yeah, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that now I agree with Mark Cuban. Clearly, there's a ton to unpack here, and I think my TLDR, my too long don't read on this, is Mark Cuban is saying Steve Ballmer is not that stupid to let this go on and Pablo Torre just randomly finds out this huge scam. That's I think the short version of what Mark Cuban is saying. This is deeper than what Pablo Torre may have. There was wrongdoing done, but he's saying it's probably not on Steve Ballmer. I think for me, I'll go above it. I don't really care about what Mark is talking about as far as the scammers and things like that. Did Steve Ballmer sign the deal? Or is Mark Cuban saying there are multiple deals that people do where these players don't have to do anything and they get paid under the table? And what Steve Ballmer did is not out of the ordinary. It's just how it got caught up is what is out of the ordinary.
Right. But the problem that Cuban isn't addressing is that there was a sponsorship deal, but Ballmer was also investing in the company, right? Ballmer gave them $50 million, $28 million of which was then circumvented to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
Like, you can call it a sponsorship deal all you want and teams navigating around that, but Ballmer also was putting his own money into that company, and I don't know how much fraudulent activity the company was truly committing. I don't know how, again, this is late stage capitalism, how a company based on planting trees is just getting $500 million in like investing money is beyond me. But I still think that the conflict there is Ballmer putting money into the company that is then being rerouted to Kawhi Leonard. That's the greater problem here is why this is a conflict, not the endorsement deal that they did with the Clippers.
They are still acting as the Ozark cleaning company, right? They are still acting as we are the random company, the random building. I'm not gonna say in Sacramento, but the random building that's never has a customer but is always open. And you drive by, and I do this all the time. You're in the Bay, I'm thinking, what's going on there? There's nobody in there. It's in a random, random shopping center, but it is always doing okay. And here's The Athletic, breaking news. Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers accused of circumventing the salary cap. So this thing isn't going away. Let's get to Ashley. Wants to be a part of the conversation. We've had a couple different conversations today. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
So I got something a little bit off topic, but I heard you guys talking a little bit about the Bulls earlier, before the break. And I have a question, and I believe that in 2021-22, I think it was, they signed Lonzo Ball, and he's a little bit more of a defensive point guard than what they had. And at that time, of course, they had Zach and DeMar. So, and if I recall correctly, they did get off to a better start that year prior to the Lonzo injury that occurred. Do you think that with us adding Dennis Schroeder, that we could have some better success, kind of like the Bulls did that year?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ashley. As always, I think that's the hope. If you've heard DeMar DeRozan on the couple podcasts that he's been on, he's continued to say that, hey, when we had Lonzo, we were cooking a little bit. We were balling out, and that is why that was the initial thought of my 13-7 prediction for the Kings. It was going to be teams aren't taking the Kings seriously. They got a point guard now. They're all somehow overrated and underrated at the same time. I don't think Dennis Schroeder is overrated or viewed as overrated, right? I think a lot of them are closer to underrated. I think these last couple seasons with Domantas Sabonis, he's been beat down so bad from the playoff losses. He is no longer overrated. Somebody has him as sixth big in the West, right? These guys are a bit underrated, chip on their shoulder. People aren't taking them seriously. And now all of a sudden, here you go. Here's 10 games early on. They're 8-2. They end at 13-7. And everybody's thinking, whoa, maybe we should respect the Kings a little bit more. Then I saw the first 20 games and I thought, okay, it's kind of a rough stretch. But that was my initial idea, that the Kings are maybe a little underrated. Now, to the point of Bleacher Report having the Kings pick 11th, meaning that in their mock, the Kings do not end with the 8th worst record in the NBA. That's the fear, right? They're going to be a little bit better than what everyone thinks. Not enough to get the playoff revenue and the XXL T-shirts in Golden One Center. Not good enough for that, but a little bit better than what people think. Good enough to mess up their draft position. That's the fear. But that was my initial thought, to your point, Ashley, as far as, hey, you got a real point guard. They're clearly working out together. There's another clip of the young guys at the Rico Hines run. I saw that posted earlier this week. So, hey, maybe we're sleeping on this, and that's very possible. I just don't know that they're going to be that they're being slept on to that degree. Meaning, again, going back to our last segment, they'll win a couple more games. They'll hit the over. They'll win 37 games, 38 games. So they were better than expected, but just good enough to put themselves in a worse spot draft-wise. And 38, 39 games is not making anybody feel good about the situation, right? That's why I was so floored by the line being 35.5, because that just seems dang near disrespectful to me. But Obviously not to Vegas and to a lot of bettors out there. One more hour with you. In that hour, we got NFL, the surprise. Who is going to be the surprise NFL team this upcoming season? Who is that going to be? 916-339-1140. Kyle has his takes. I have my takes as well. And oh my goodness, we made it 3 hours without saying Jonathan Kuminga, even though we did talk about his brother. We got a Kuminga update for you. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. Last week, scammers do scammy things. They did.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, perhaps hidden in the attention given to rookies like Nick Kurtz and Jacob Wilson has been the play of outfielder Colby Thomas. Thomas, a third-round pick out of Mercer University, in his first 61 at-bats this year, 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and 13 RBIs.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
This Sacktown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located besides the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers start the regular season this Sunday on the road up in Seattle. San Francisco is looking to get back into the playoffs after a disappointing 6-11 season a year ago. Brock Purdy is ready to go after signing a 5-year, $265 million contract in the offseason, and Christian McCaffrey is feeling good after an injury-riddled 2024 campaign. Catch the game this Sunday beginning at noon right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Feel the earth shake at the Fall National Trucking Record Bowl, Saturday, September 13th at Stockton Dirt Track. Massive machines, raw horsepower, and dirt slinging action. Tickets start at just $15. Visit StocktonDirtTrack.com for tickets and info. Don't miss the action.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Along with many others, crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things. They did. 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 They did.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
What is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you? They did. They did. I mean, we have to tell people what is actually going on there because it's a little close. They did. A little close to the line there, but yeah, that is me choking on, I threw it away, a chili lime blue diamond almond. They did. That is me choking on a blue diamond. Scammers who scammy things. Scammers who scammy things. They did. What do you have this layered? They did. Scammers who scammy things. DJ they did. LED. They did. They did. Just dying, man. They did. I was literally, because you feel it on the way, right? It's hanging around. And I was just trying to power through, and I was thinking, all I got to do is throw to Kyle, and then I can, clear my throat, but I couldn't get there.
So I guess to take people behind the Wizard of Oz curtain, if Allen has to hit the cough button, usually he just powers through and we go. The second cough is kind of when I'm like, we can't have radio silence. Someone's got to step in. By the third one, I'm like, we gotta just acknowledge what's going on.
They did. They did. It was they did. It was a rough go. It was a rough go. One more hour with you. And again, I'm never going to blame anything on my soon to be, but still unborn child, but I'm not supposed to be here. This is a due date. I'm not even supposed to be here. Okay.
But you are, and you delivered us one of the great moments of the week.
They did even supposed to be here. TC was giving me a shout out saying congrats. Appreciate you, TC, and we scammers who scammy things. We appreciate all your trades. Okay, you're the guy, and I can't wait for TC during football season because this Kyle Shanahan stuff, that's where TC really cooks. Okay, 916-339-1140. It is official, by the way. NBA spokesperson tells ESPN, we are aware of this morning's media report regarding the LA Clippers and are commencing an investigation. That's it. That's it. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. And
I know we didn't mention this earlier, but just how incredible is it that if you're going to, because the problem is not that they committed crimes. The point is they committed crimes badly. But how crazy is it that you're going to call the company Aspiration and the LLC KL2 Aspire?
That is actually insane.
That you made an entire LLC just to funnel money from Aspiration to something called Aspire. Yeah. You gotta, the only way you would have figured this out is not just by calling it KL2 Aspire.
Yeah, and you had Mark Cuban weighing in saying it was a lot to break down, but basically just saying Steve Ballmer maybe got scammed. It's always these billionaires getting scammed. Shohei getting scammed, Steve Ballmer, whatever. Hey, do we like you or not? That's whether or not, and I'm just having some fun, but do we like you or not? That's whether we will decide whether you truly got scammed.
Hey, look, Allen. Shohei Ohtani, Los Angeles. Kawhi Leonard, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is
the scammers.
The city of scams, as they call it.
The text line it's been going off all show long. I was joking about how, there's always that random store that you don't know how they're still open because nobody's ever in there. It hasn't been touched since it feels like 1998, but they haven't closed down. And a lot of companies are struggling right now, but this random store that never has anybody in it, right? Half the time it's not even open. It's still running. Nick says, I think that the same thing every time I drive by a mattress store. I never see anyone in there, and I think How do they stay open? Yeah, what percentage of stores, and it's so funny, I only got through about a season and a half of Ozark. It just wasn't for me. It felt redundant. A lot of shows are redundant. It's just whether you like that redundancy or not. So I only got through about a season and a half of Ozark. I know everybody loves it, but the idea of cleaning money, can Pablo, just in general, how many companies and how many of these stores in the random shopping centers, how many are actually cleaning money, right? How many are actually cleaning money? That's what I need to know.
I mean, you're saying all of these things are just money laundering?
All of them. Just cleaning money. Just all of them. I mean, you drive past, who is in there? Not brand names that you know what's going on, but these little, you kind of squint your eyes. There's nobody ever in there.
There's a couple of those in West Sacramento. I'm not going to say which ones, obviously. But there's a couple of them where I'm like, there's a non-zero chance. This is just a front for money laundering.
Yeah, it has to be.
Because it happens. It's actually, nowadays there's crypto, so I guess it's a lot easier. But nowadays it's like, there's obviously more money laundering happening than ever before, so someone's got to be doing it.
So look, we've got no problems with Mark Cuban. It's tough these days because you never know what people are up to, but I have enjoyed Mark Cuban from the business standpoint, and I like him on Shark Tank. I do not know him, so I'm not going to say whether I like him or not, but I like him as far as his the role that he has played is concerned. We got to wait and see, Mark, because you're jumping in to defend another billionaire. He might be right, but Pablo Torre, as much as he's saying Steve Ballmer has to have his ducks in a row, so how could he let this happen? I feel like Pablo Torre also would have his ducks in a row before going out on a limb like this.
Well, yeah, because Pablo Torre is a journalist, and Mark Cuban is protecting the fraternal brotherhood of NBA owners. I know Mark Cuban's not an owner anymore, but he is protecting the business interest of the fellow owners, or just tweeting, which the segment got derailed a little bit by you choking on an almond, but I did have this update for you. Cuban on the All the Smoke podcast in November 2023 announced that next year, in 2024, will be his last year doing Shark Tank. So this upcoming season will be the first season without Mark Cuban on Shark Tank. The reasoning was that
so the new season hasn't started yet.
They're shooting the new season summer 2025.
I see.
And it hasn't been released yet. But
got it.
Cuban apparently, because his kids are teenagers and he wants to spend more time with them.
You know, Mark, it's best to just stay out of these things because now, Mark Cuban, you've left Shark Tank. You sold your piece of the what's going on with Mark? Mark Cuban, you don't want Pablo. You don't want Pablo chasing you down, Mark. I think you should stay out of it.
I feel like other people have already done that with not necessarily him, but the Dumonts, the people who own the Mavericks. They're talking about trying to get gambling in Texas and moving the team to Vegas.
No, that sounds like Ozark.
Yeah.
Ozark, they needed the casino.
Yeah.
They needed the boat casino. Mark, just go back to Shark Tank and don't say anything.
No, you know what this is, Alan? Mark Cuban has finally grown up. And what I mean by that is you're worth $5 billion. No one should ever hear from you ever again.
Yeah.
If I had $5 billion, do you know how hard it would be for anyone to ever find me?
I don't know. You might find me on Shark Tank. By the way, I don't know why I'm saying this on the airways because I don't need more competition, but 1.3 billy tonight, Lotto.
Powerball.
1.3 billy. And each time it goes off, that's what happens. You see your ticket, you see that you lost, and then you immediately refresh to make sure nobody else won, right? So you can spend more money in a couple days. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it again.
You can buy
I guess my friend's going to do it. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm not supposed to be here.
You can buy all the almonds you want.
All the chili lime to...
They did.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. So investigation, and you got to think the NBA is just so annoyed at Pablo. That's the thing about pure journalism. It is meant to annoy people, right? It is meant to. You're not meant to. This is why I get on. It's not just the Niner media, but I was getting on the Rockies media after the fight yesterday. And shout out, I saw a Locked On Rockies, my Locked On brethren, new Locked On Giants out now, but Locked On Rockies. They said, hey, man, it's, Freeland, you gave up a bomb, dude. It is what it is. But carrying water for these organizations. You don't have to do that. That's not how this whole thing was meant to be. Now, you don't have to be on the other side of everything just because, and there are people that do that as well, but you're supposed to, if you have to agitate in order to find something out, that's how it's supposed to be. And you got to think, the NBA wakes up this morning, Adam Silver's thinking, dude, we're so close to opening that we already got to deal with NFL taking all of our days, right? And the impending retirement of LeBron and Steph Curry. Now I got, who is Pablo? Adam's thinking, wasn't he on ESPN? What is he doing? Leave us alone. Now he's probably just mad at ESPN because if you had just given Pablo a show, he wouldn't be doing stuff like this. And C-Bomber could continue to grease Kawhi's palms because people are saying this is basically part of that extension. It was more extension money than what Kawhi actually got, and now they got to deal with this.
So, first of all, if you wanted to be a competitor for a Colorado Rockies podcast, the Rocked On podcast, great name. Someone should come up with that.
Yeah.
The opportunity was right there.
It is,
them.
yes.
The Rocked On. Anyways. Second of all, as of 10 o'clock this morning, I see it now, but as of 10 o'clock this morning, there was no ESPN story even talking about the Kawhi Leonard scandal. There is one now. It is 7th on their list of top headlines, just below Red Sox lose rookie sensation Anthony to IL. So ESPN's kind of burying this story as much as they can in partnership with the NBA. Yeah. And 3, journalism is going to make people in power kind of mad and uncomfortable because journalism just holds truth to power, and the powerful people are going to be pissed when journalists hold truth to power.
All right. We've gone too far over our quota. So it is time for a Jonathan Kuminga update. This is from Dalton Johnson, who we had on the show a couple weeks ago. Shout out to Dalton, NBC Sports Bay Area. And this is what he had to say. This is not the whole article, but just a piece of it. Still miles apart, it appears. That's Dalton talking about Kuminga and the Warriors. The 1-year, $7.9 million qualifying offer remains the most attractive offer to Kuminga at the moment. Sources continue to tell NBC Sports Bay Area. The Warriors have offered a 2-year contract worth roughly $45 million, but are holding strong to a team option for the second year. While Kuminga and his camp have made it clear they want a player option for year 2. Kuminga doesn't have a $66 million gap between the contracts he's being offered and the qualifying offer. The gap is really a little more than $13 million when looking at the 1-year qualifying offer in the first year of the contract the Warriors currently have on the table. He surely would have insurance policies to lessen the risk, too. The former number 7 overall pick turns 23 years old on August 6th. Remember that for celebrity birthdays. And is confident his next contract easily will exceed $13 million annually. The Sacramento Kings and Phoenix Suns both offered Kuminga long-term contracts, empowering him with the starting role and making it known he'd be their power forward of the future. Contracts for the Kings and the Suns included a player option, according to sources, but both were dependent on the Warriors agreeing to a sign and trade that never enticed their front office to do so. None of the NBA's 4 restricted free agents, Kuminga, Giddey, Thomas, and Grimes, have signed a contract yet. The first domino must fall soon. Nothing is close between the Warriors and Kuminga, sources say, with both sides waiting for someone to blink first. So I told y'all that we were not going to give too many Kuminga updates if there wasn't much of an update, and I feel like we've done a pretty good job of that. But with the baby coming today being the due date, and this coming out from Dalton Johnson yesterday after the show, we did want you to know that it's where everyone is still waiting. And what's interesting about the end of this, Kyle, is with the notion of Kuminga, Giddey, Thomas, and Grimes. Do you think Dalton means that if Giddey signs, that will start a restricted free agency snowball? Because it kind of feels like they're all on there. If Giddey signs tomorrow, Kuminga is still going to wait. He's still going to run his race, if you will.
I think that each case is unique to each other's because none of the teams are competing for 2 players, right? Chicago's the only one in on Giddey.
Yeah.
The Warriors and Kings, it's not like the Warriors, if they lost Kuminga, would then pivot to Cam Thomas, right? So I think each case kind of is distinct to themselves, if I had to take a guess. I don't think if Quentin Grimes agreed to a contract tomorrow, I don't think, unless it's like for $23 million and Philly's going into the luxury tax, I don't think that it would affect the markets of Giddey, Kuminga, or Cam Thomas.
I just read something just real quick. We're gonna get back on the Kuminga topic, but this is from our sister station, our brother station out there in Arizona, Arizona Sports Talk. John Gambadoro, and he knows everything when it comes to Arizona. He knows. He was all over all the KD stuff. This is coming out, Kyle. All right, Kawhi Leonard reportedly asked Toronto's owner Larry Tannenbaum to line up an extra $15 million in endorsements when deciding his free agency. So this dude, he ended up signing with the Clippers, and Tannenbaum was besides himself. This dude, so Kawhi is just out here in these streets saying, I need the cash flow.
Well, it's not Kawhi. It is our favorite Uncle Dennis who is out here doing it. And if only, Alan, if only there was a book maybe that would have outlined a lot of this stuff at the time that it was happening. And if only there was a book like that would give you details on Kawhi Leonard and Uncle Dennis and his free agency in
is this your book?
The Toronto Raptors. And it might be, it might be a book sitting on the shelf right there next to you.
Kyle wrote a book
about Kawhi Leonard.
And Pablo Torre has reached out to Kyle.
He has not.
So Uncle Dennis, this guy.
Uncle Dennis is a wild dude. I'll say that. The Uncle Dennis, remember there, and they mentioned it briefly in the Pablo Torre piece. In 2019, the NBA investigated Uncle Dennis because he was asking teams for ownership stakes in order to sign Kawhi Leonard, which is very illegal, or not illegal, very much against the NBA rules. It's not like a crime, but it's against league rules to own a team. So Uncle Dennis has been out here whiling for years trying to get Kawhi Leonard sponsorship deals and endorsements and just any kind of backdoor money. And it appears that because Uncle Dennis is mentioned in the full Pablo Torre piece, I haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing, but they mentioned Uncle Dennis is essentially the facilitator of this money between Kawhi Leonard and Steve Ballmer and everything else.
This is messy, man. And I look, man, everyone's, Kawhi's the best player because that one random championship and Kevin Durant didn't play and Clay went down. Everyone's, Kawhi this, he's just a fun guy. He's got the laugh. Come on, man. We always knew there was something. You know what I mean? We always knew.
What are you talking about?
We always knew this guy. People want to say he's the best in the league. The Spurs thing, was he injured? There's just always something with this guy. Then he's in LA. He wants under the table deals. He doesn't play ever. Look, you know who actually wins in all this? Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith has been on Kawhi about, he is going to, look, I don't normally get getting yelled at 7 a.m. unless I'm doing the yelling. But Stephen A. Smith, I tried to tell y'all, this brother Kawhi Leonard is the worst superstar of all time.
You know what's so funny that you bring this up? So he actually did that this morning. No, he did it. But you know what was crazy? Everywhere else at ESPN was radio silent on that story. Shams didn't say anything. There was no headline on ESPN.com. They weren't talking about it on SportsCenter. Clearly, the NBA had gotten to ESPN and said, do not talk about this. But Stephen A. Smith is like, I'm not going to miss a chance to bag on Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, no. It is Christmas morning.
Stephen A. don't got to play by their rules.
No. And if they do make him play by their rules, he still has his own show where he will not play by their rules to a certain degree, but just saw that and wanted to mention it to everyone just because I think that's a pretty big note here. But back to the Kuminga stuff and whether or not one person is going to make a move and then everyone else will say, okay, cool. Let's just do our thing. I just am still flabbergasted that the Warriors wouldn't just say, because here's the thing. This is what I believe to be the secret plan for the Warriors. if they truly, even though they're one of the most, they have the highest value out of all pro sports right now. Joe Lacob is just swimming in cash, not the pocket watch, but I am. I think the ultimate goal for the Warriors is to drag it out as long as possible, and at the very last second, say we'll give you a player option. Why offer more? And I know Dalton and Brett Siegel have brought up adding more money to it, but which they could do too. But I think the Warriors are going to take it to just before midnight, just before the clock strikes midnight, and say we'll give you the player option, and then take their chances as to whether or not Kuminga would turn down that extra about $13 million and the player control that he has wanted. And I think it would be a fairly safe bet, because when you've looked at something so long, Kuminga's now staring the qualifying offer. And I know he says he doesn't want to be a trade chip, but he does want to be traded. The trade doesn't hurt as bad. You're still hurting the Warriors because they're not going to get the same type of value, because I could be a handshake Steve Ballmer under the table agreement that he'll sign an extension, right, with whatever team. Let's say it's the Kings, and the Kings say, well, he's got a player option. And, he says, oh, well, once we get to the offseason, we'll rework a new deal. Like I said, the Pascal Siakam special. But he can have that power if something goes squirrely. So I think what the Warriors are going to do, I don't know that they'll offer him more money. I think they are somewhat okay with the qualifying offer thing, or they're just lying to everyone, and convincing themselves. I guess it's not a lie if you've convinced yourself. And more importantly, before the clock strikes midnight, they're going to change it to a player option and kind of dare him to turn down that extra $13 million and the player control. So that's how I think this ends.
Would that feel like the Warriors are blinking in your mind?
Not
like
really.
Giving in?
No, I think when you look at a bid, right, and I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head, but when you look at a bid, if you're sitting and the bid just keeps going up, and whatever it is, or it's not sitting, because there used to be one on eBay, right, back in the day. If you say buy it now or bid on this product, depending on how much the product was being bid on, would be what you would offer. So if you sat there with the bid and someone says, no, actually, I want a little bit more than this, but nobody else is driving it up, but they're still staying strong on it, you're not going to then offer them way more money, right? You might offer half of what they're asking for and say, I don't think you're willing to walk away with nothing, and I'm not bidding against anybody else right now. So you're either going to, if this was the Kawhi sense, you're either going to get $20 for this thing or you're going to get $7. I think you'll be okay with taking the 20 versus taking the 7, which is basically nothing as far as eBay is concerned. So I think it's not the best example off the top of my head, but I think they would feel as if we were always okay with it. Going back to Shark Tank, they go on Shark Tank and they say, we're asking for 10%. We're asking for $500,000 for 10% of our company. Now they could say 10% is our hard stop, but more often than not, their actual hard stop is about 13 or 12%. So when Mr. Wonderful or Damon, when anybody like that comes in and they say we're asking for $500,000 for 10% of our company, and Mr. Wonderful says, well, I'll do the $500,000 at 12%. And are we going to take this? They whisper back and forth, but they already knew that 12% was actually what they were okay with. I think the Warriors are okay with the player option, but they're just waiting it out. So it could look like blinking the same way it would look like blinking to whoever that person is when they go on Shark Tank. But before they sat down and said, we're going to start it at 10 because we're actually okay with going to 12. Now, if Mr. Wonderful says, here's your $500,000, I want 15, what do they normally come back with? 12%. And then they say, we're done at 12 because that's their true percentage that they don't want to go past.
I guess, but if Kuminga's already made clear that he will accept the qualifying offer instead of the deal that's on the table, wouldn't they just offer it to him now?
no, you're not wrong. The whole thing is stupid.
Yeah, they're calling his bluff, saying he
the-
will just sign the deal that's been offered.
They haven't handled anything well, right? Either side, really. But I think they'll say, hey, are you going to do it or not? And Kawhi's actually going to be, Kuminga is actually going to be staring. Well, he ain't, Kawhi, he's getting that money.
Kawhi,
we don't got to worry about that.
Kawhi, think about this. Kuminga's qualifying offer is $7.9 million. That is what Kawhi got under the table from Steve Ballmer per year for the last 4 years.
Per year is crazy. But you say, all right, now we're going to make Kuminga in whatever amount of time, 48 hours, stare at the player control he's wanted and $13 million more dollars. And I honestly, I feel like it's a fairly good bet because it gives him the control he wants. He comes in, Joe Lacob gets what he wants. Kuminga comes back into the building. The rest of the Warriors organization get what they want because they can move off of him whenever they need to. Kuminga gets what he wants, a little bit more cash, and relatively speaking, and the player control. So I think that's how this thing probably ends as we get closer to that deadline. On the other side, 916-339-1140. Opening up the phone lines and the text line. Who is your surprise NFL team this season? I know I got mine. Not sure what Kyle's is. If he says the Chiefs, we'll kick him out. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hey, everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers, the No Surprise Guys. Right now is the perfect time to take advantage of their massive Labor Day savings. Up to $2,500 off select heating and cooling systems. Plus, they'll throw in a free 50-gallon water heater. These deals won't last long, so call Bell Brothers, the No Surprise Guys, or visit them at nosurpriseguys.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at choosechangeca.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$30 more minutes with you. It's time for our NFL team that will surprise you. 916-339-1140. Call line, text line. Who is it that you think will surprise? Well, maybe not surprise you, but surprise the rest of the NFL world, the rest of the football world. Thank you, Kyle. And I think I finally landed, Kyle, on the team that I'm going to go with.
Well, you said earlier it would be an AFC South team.
It's not going to be an AFC because I wanted to do the Titans, but the skill position player is just not good enough for me.
What, Calvin Ridley's not doing it for you?
Not in the big 2025.
Calvin Ridley say. And insert other receiver.
Yeah, I can't do Calvin Ridley. I cannot do the AFC Titans. I don't really want to fall for the Jags, so I'm not going to. And then the Colts obviously are a mess.
They have Daniel Jones at quarterback, which we can talk about this tomorrow, but The Athletic did a ranking of like fan base's excitement levels for this year, and dead last was the Colts.
Really?
Fan base is just the most pessimistic.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Kyle, do you have a team that you think, or who is your surprise team, I should say?
I mean, I threw out a few options for us.
And funny enough, you threw out the options, and you did not include my team.
See, that's funny. So, surprise team is different based on conference, right? Because like in the AFC, we already know who the final 4 teams are going to be. It's going to be the Bills, the Ravens, Kansas City, insert 4th team here. And unless he says Cincinnati.
Surprise.
Well, he's saying Cincinnati will just make it to the final 4.
Okay.
But some years it's crazy. Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars did it, but some years it's just the Texans or the Bengals, like Whitey mentioned. So AFC shocker is different than NFC shocker. NFC shocker is like this team could go to the Super Bowl kind of situation. Okay. So if I'm picking a surprise team to go to the Super Bowl, I would pick the Packers.
Oh, whoa. This was not about the Super Bowl.
You're just saying surprise team. I know.
Yes.
I'm saying if we had to do that, but the team that I will not just say the Cardinals again, because I've already said the Cardinals will make the playoffs, but Minnesota Vikings. No one's talking about them. They just, people assume they're going to be last.
Yeah, JJ was supposed to be really good, and then everyone watched him play another game because they had only seen him play one. They said, oh, wait, they actually might stink now.
I don't even think JJ McCarthy's going to be that good because he wasn't good in college, so why would he be good in the NFL? I know he won a national championship in college, but he was not an NFL quarterback in college. But I've never seen a team win 14 games have less expectations the next season.
Well, when everyone thinks it's fraudulent, I mean, funny enough, Chris Watkins out there somewhere, Kings-Vikings guy, kind of similar to that 2023 season. People just didn't believe it was a bit of a down season in the NFC. If you think about it, Niners weren't good. They were banged up. Lions got banged up. So I understand why people, and it was a random Sam Darnold season. So I understand why people don't believe in it. I hear you, though, because I'm going to go NFC as well. Yeah, the J.J. McCarthy thing, he was nothing to write home about to me in college. And then he got to the Vikings. He played good in training camp and whatever preseason game or games he played in before he got hurt. And everyone said, oh, no, this guy, he could have been offensive rookie of the year. I never saw it, to be completely honest with you, at Michigan. And I was very confused when everybody decided that this guy was going to be good. Not to say he won't be good. I just was surprised when we started talking like that.
My kind of point, and I'll just say quick, is like the reason why I go this way is that he could not be a star. He could just be a Bo Nix serviceable quarterback. And I think they will be an excellent team. And the reason that is the case is over these last 3 years, Justin Jefferson has made me rethink the wide receiver position. Like, he's played with late stage Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold from the brink of end of his career. And that dude has carried the Vikings, carried them 1,400 yards every year. Kirk Cousins, that one game against the Bills where he just chucked it and Jefferson's making one-handed catch. Like, Justin Jefferson is so good that their offense cannot be bad. It's impossible for that offense to be bad as long as they have Jefferson.
Well, I'm going with another NFC team, and this team is in the NFC South because I am addicted to a team every season in the NFC South. It was the Saints when they had Derek Carr. It was the Atlanta Falcons last season when they had two quarterbacks for absolutely no reason. And this season, give me Mr. Bagpack himself, because everyone said he looked like a high schooler when he was at the NFL Combine wearing his backpack. Give me Bryce Young and give me the Carolina Panthers. Their over-under is 6.5. Look, man, still trying to figure out what Xavier Legette is, but I love McMillan. I know that he's supposed to have this extremely high ceiling coming out of Arizona. It is a weak division. It still is a weak division. I know the Bucs are supposed to take over, as they most likely will, but set at 6.5, I don't know if they get into the playoffs, but give me the Carolina Panthers to just be better than expected. Bryce Young, he's even in the preseason, he's playing with a different swagger. The game is slowing down for him. Everyone's journey is a bit different, as we've talked about before, just like with Pablo Torre. Give me the Panthers. That's my team. I can't do the Falcons. I won't do the Cardinals. I won't get burned by these teams again. If I'm going to get burned, I'm going to get burned by a new team. And this season, it could be the Carolina Panthers, but that's my surprise pick. Don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but they'll be respectable. It'll be a good season for the Carolina Panthers.
Winning record?
So what? That's got to be 9?
9-8, which is probably not a playoff team in the NFC, but are you willing to go that far?
You got it. The problem is I'd have to look at their schedule. They got to play the Bucs twice. I'm not really worried about the Saints.
Well, we know they play the whole NFC West.
Right. Not worried about the Saints. Not worried about... I am worried about the Bucs, but not worried about the Saints. I'll say I could go 9-8. I mean, they're definitely going to win more than 6.5 games. 9-8 is aggressive.
All right, let's do this real quick, Alan. First up, at Jaguars.
W.
At Cardinals.
L. It's early, so Kyler Murray still cares.
Home against Michael Penix. Falcons.
W.
All right. At Patriots.
Ooh, Drake May. The weather's so good. W.
All right. Home against the Dolphins.
Hate the Dolphins. Well, I don't hate the Dolphins, but I hate these Dolphins. I don't hate the Dolphins team. Hate these Dolphins. Give me the Dolphins. Excuse me. Give me the
Panthers.
The Panthers.
Yeah, Alan hates the Dolphins. I think you're doing the thing where you're stacking wins early because you're afraid of what's going to come next. Home against the Cowboys.
L. Cowboys got to beat someone.
All right. At the Jets.
W.
At home against Buffalo.
L.
At the Packers.
L.
Home against the Saints.
W.
At the Falcons.
L.
At the 49ers.
L.
Home against the Rams.
L.
At the Saints.
W.
Home against the Buccaneers.
L.
Home against the Seahawks.
W.
All right, we're at 8-8.
Oh, no!
Which means one game left. at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh,
weeks
man.
18.
Yeah, 8 and 9 is probably the safe bet. But you still would hit the over. But yeah, 8 and 9, that's a tough one. Because I even gave them the Dolphins, and I don't know if they're going to beat the Dolphins.
Come on, week 18, the Bucs won't be playing for anything. Neither will the Panthers, but come on, weird stuff happens.
That's true. All right. Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. Don't move. More Allen Stiles coming up next.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp red!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Top 100 teacher and PGA Master Professional Kelly Stenzel offers some short game rules in Golf Magazine. 1. Stay still while putting. 2. Lean into chips with weight slightly forward during the shot. 3. For less distance, use a shorter swing and narrower stance. 4. Hit the ground to get true launch. Make a divot to get the ball in the air. 5. To hit a great bunker shot, dig your feet into the sand. 6. Swing length controls natural speed. Swing and stroke should be relatively equal back and through in size and rhythm. 7. Pivot for pitches so the clubhead glides underneath the ball, launching it high with spin. 8. Write it down. Calibrate your short game and put it on paper. Having some basic guidelines and a plan for your short game can make a huge difference without having to always rely on feel. Look for the full story at golf.com. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Sports are unpredictable. The price of your internet shouldn't be. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for 5 years with no annual contracts. Guaranteed.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Every word you say. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Wow.
Yeah.
Were you in a band?
I was a band.
You were.
I was kind of.
You got anything on Spotify?
No, I don't think so.
YouTube?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe. All right.
I got old CDs somewhere.
You do?
Yeah, I was part of our band. Yeah, sure.
So you were in a band?
Yeah.
You said you were the band.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
That's a reference.
What was, yeah, of course I know that.
Mhm.
What was your, were you the guitar player?
I was primarily lead vocal.
Oh.
Yeah. And played a little guitar.
Whoa.
Yeah. It was like a radio station band, and we would make parody songs, and then we would go out and
How many lives have you lived? I mean, you were a TV star.
I was on a TV show.
What is he, a cat?
You were a TV star. You were in a band.
Yeah.
Lead singer in a band.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good.
That's radio, and I love radio, but all this stuff is like, well, kinda.
There's no kinda. There's no kinda.
I got a question for you guys.
Oh, no.
Based on something you talked about today.
Uh-oh.
Now, if you mentioned this and you're going to be like, yeah, we already did that, I apologize. I didn't hear you talk about it. You were talking about brothers?
Yes.
Who were the first 3 brothers in NBA history to play in the same game?
I'm just going to guess holidays.
That's it.
Oh, it had to have been
December 29th, 2019.
Yeah. We did. We were.
Did you talk about them?
We talked about them because I thought for sure Drew just gives off oldest brother vibes, but he's not. He's the middle.
Okay.
He's the
Justin's
middle.
the oldest, isn't he?
Yes.
That is
Justin,
around the
Drew,
longest, yeah.
Aaron.
Yeah, and
Wasn't Justin here for a quick minute?
Yes,
Yeah.
but he was in the Kevin Huerter trade, but he only played like 10 games for the Hawks or something.
Kyle, real quick, because I'm going to ask Whitey about this. I'm not sure if you saw Whitey, because who would be watching Giants Rockies besides insane people?
Oh,
but
I was watching.
Kyle, can you find that? We never played it. Can you play the call from the Rockies side, because it was just so ridiculous? All right, Whitey, you obviously saw what happened.
Okay, here comes Mr. Giant Podcast.
No. I just, based on what you saw happen,
yeah,
we're going to play the Rockies broadcast. And you tell me if you think it matches up.
All right.
We got Freeland and Devers. Freeland took exception to Devers, and we're going to have both benches empty. And now Kyle Farmer's getting in there. Here's Kyle. We haven't seen one of these in a long time involving the Rockies. And you know what a fiery competitor Freeland is. He's a pro. And he's like, all right, I know you're good, but you don't have to sit there and dance going up the first.
Dance? What are we talking? He literally just, some people thought, oh, was it fair or foul? Whitey, on a scale of 1 to 10 nowadays, and that's the operative kind of word here, nowadays, I just think the dude was upset that he has a 5 whatever ERA. They just lost their 100th game. My problem isn't how he reacted, because and I was the same way with Bumgarner. I didn't like how Bumgarner did things, but that's just my opinion. But then to have the sound after,
I think that guy I think his name is Drew Goodman, if I'm not mistaken, that announcer.
Yeah.
He's a really good announcer. But I didn't see any dancing.
There was no dancing. Kyle, do we have the sound from your name brother, Kyle Freeland?
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. Been in this league for quite some time. I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful, and thought that I need to let him know.
The only disrespect going on here is this team to Rockies fans across the world.
They've won, 31 ball games, Allen?
That is the only disrespect happening. Rafi, there's no bat flip, no dancing. You were just upset that you gave up a ball that still hasn't landed
He
yet.
watched it a long time, and I honestly thought he slipped a little bit, which made him stay in there, because he watched it, and then he kind of stumbled, which made him stay in there longer. I know that the way it is now, bat flips, staring at the ball, when you hit it over the fence, that's all acceptable. It's all fair game.
Yeah.
I don't mind when a guy like Freeland or Bumgarner, when they do that. I don't mind that.
No. I don't necessarily mind that. I think his explanation actually annoyed me more.
Freeland's explanation?
Yeah. I mean, it was, again, you're upset because you stink, right? Your team stinks. You are 3-13 yourself, Kyle Freeland.
Oh, yeah. He's humiliated right now.
But it's not about.
They all are.
So just
the Rockies.
Just say that. Just say that.
Yeah, I'm okay with both. I'm okay with a bat flipping, staring it down, hitting over the fence, but sometimes, and all he did was yell at him. And then, Chapman came out of nowhere like a bat out of hell and tackled him.
Good.
Tackled him while he had Devers dancing on top of him. It was unbelievable.
And the whole thing, look, it
was great for the Giants.
Look, I'm sitting there, I'm riding for the Giants, but this whole thing is still annoying as heck to me.
How'd the Mets do today, Allen?
Yeah, they keep what? Did they?
The Mets lost today.
Oh, well, Giants are losing today. This is what they do.
And
4.5 games back.
San Diego is circling the drain.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they're really struggling with injuries, and they're trying to avoid getting swept by the Orioles today. And the last I checked, they were losing.
The Giants, this is a little mini test for them. So the Mets already lost.
The Mets already lost today. That's confirmed, right, Kyle? Yes.
Wow. Oh, Giant. I mean, this is the thing. Actual pressure. Can you handle? Are you dancing today,
What's the
Rafi?
mound? Do you know what the mound matchup is tonight?
I saw it earlier. I think it might be. Well, if Logan Webb went yesterday, then it's definitely Robbie Ray.
Yeah,
and his grunting.
Yeah.
What do you think about the grunting?
I'm okay with it.
You're good with it?
Yeah, I'm fine.
95 and up.
Remember the tennis players, Monica Seles?
Yeah.
Oh man, that was extreme. Wasn't Maria Sharapova?
Yeah. Cut that. Isolate that. It's been a crazy. Whitey, did you hear when I choked?
Yeah, he played me a little bit of it.
They did.
It tells you what your partner thinks. You got to hear where I recorded Allen choking.
Hey, man.
Oh, yeah, he walked in here. And I was like, you want to hear me making a remix of Allen choking?
Yeah.
They did. How could you not know that almonds are a very, very risky thing to be eating when you're talking on the radio?
I do it all the time, and I've been playing with fire for a while, and I got burned today.
This isn't the first time he's had to do the cough button on an almond, but this is the first time he's had to do 3 hacks into the microphone to try and get it out.
It's a great source of protein when you're on the go, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming up on the show today? We didn't even, I guess we buried the lead here with Pablo. Wow.
Padres are losing 5-0. My daughter, who went to school down there, just texted me and said, yeah, I might have to give up on baseball.
I'm looking here.
It's September 3rd.
They're losing. They're getting swept by the Orioles.
You don't even want to wait until they lose to the Cubs?
Adley Rutschman.
Future Giant.
The starting pitching for San Diego right now is just a shambles. So good for your Giants.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to save the Giants at this point.
No.
Gives them a shot.
4 games back.
Gives them a shot.
6 games. It looks like they're 6 games back of the Padres, but anything can happen. Whitey, what did you think about the Pablo Torres stuff?
That the thing that's most interesting to me is I don't know how much people care. And I'm not saying they don't care. I don't know. Do fans care? There was a time when that'd be a huge scandal.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how people react. It's like, oh, that's awful. Or it's like, hey, that happens all the time. I don't know what to expect on that front.
To your point, and obviously the memes have just been incredible, which is kind of the social media thing. We were talking about social media during the break. But to your point, it does feel like Pablo, this is a thing where, you know what it reminds me of in a weird way? It reminds me of Podium Gate. It reminds me of when
I don't even remember that.
So Podium Gate was when De'Aaron, the Kings were getting their butts whooped.
Oh yeah.
And De'Aaron wasn't going up. Hang with me here.
Mm-hmm.
I got a limited amount of time, so I got to get all the Allen. People have been texting in Allenisms. They said Jung Hoo Lee is the Justin Herberts of whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't get around to saying it on the air, but if you're listening right now, that was good stuff. Whenever anybody reads those to me, I will save them specifically for crosstalk with Whitey Gleason. But Podium Gate, a lot of media members were talking about it. Hey, we want to hear from De'Aaron Fox. We want to hear from the leaders of the team. And a lot of fans said, well, we don't need to hear from them. The fans like to bag on the media, and we don't need to hear from them. Leave them alone. You're making a big deal out of nothing, right? And I think a lot of media came back and said, we're trying to give you information. You're upset that the team is losing.
But the
so
big difference here, obviously, is here you have a clear violation.
No. My connection here is that I'm seeing all this praise for Pablo Torre from other media members. We're bringing back real journalism and good for Pablo finding this out. I'm not seeing a lot of fans saying, and maybe it's a Clippers thing, I don't know. But to your point, I'm not seeing a lot of, this is such interesting information.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
It's more of, I'm seeing former coworkers of us, oh my goodness, this is real journalism. Good for Pablo. I don't know how many fans are sitting here thinking, oh man, this is good stuff, unless you're just a fan of you're just a fan of a different team other than the Clippers, and you're hoping the Clippers just get penalized, right? That's really what it comes down to. Are they going to be in a bad situation or not? I don't really care that Pablo found this out. That's how I've assessed it so far.
I'm very curious to see. There was a time when it'd be a major scandal. Now I think a lot of fans figure, probably everybody does that. So I'm curious to see.
There you go. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper still out. Jay Johnson. Drive Guys coming up next for the next 4 hours. Think all the callers, sexers, sack chatters. It was a fun one, even though I shouldn't be here. We'll see if I'll be here tomorrow. Great job, Kyle, as always. Until tomorrow, stick in the bag. Like the beam.
Don't forget about my podcast.
Along with many others, crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things.